What if your decisions were made before you? What if your sense of self, your free will, your identity, your control is the most convincing illusion your brain has ever produced? This isn't philosophy class, it's neuroscience. And once you understand how your mind actually works, you'll never look at your choices or yourself the same way again. If questions like these make your spine tingle, if they haunt you late into the night, hit like and subscribe. Because here, we don't just explore the mind, we unravel the illusion of being human. Your brain decides before you know it. The Libet experiment. You think you're the one making the choices. You feel the moment you decide to speak, to move, to act, to reach out, to walk away. You believe you are the origin of the action, the author of your life, the conscious mind at the center of every decision. But what if that feeling is just a delay? What if the you that believes it's choosing is really just catching up, narrating a choice already made? What if your brain knows before you do? Not symbolically, not metaphorically, but literally, measurably, repeatably. This isn't a philosophical hunch or a poetic metaphor. It's a scientific fact born out of wires, electrodes, and cold clinical timing. It began with a simple experiment that quietly dismantled centuries of belief about human agency. In the 1980s, neuroscientist Benjamin Libet asked volunteers to flex their wrists whenever they felt like it. They were told to choose freely, on their own, without external prompts. Meanwhile, electrodes were placed on their scalps to record brain activity, and a dot moved around a clock-like display to help them mark the moment they became aware of their intention to move. The results were disturbing, not in a science fiction way, but in a deeply personal one. The brain showed a distinct signal, known as the readiness potential, that began hundreds of milliseconds before the participants consciously reported, deciding to act. Their brain had already started preparing the movement. The decision was already underway, and their conscious awareness came after. It was late to its own party, like a narrator arriving after the plot twist, describing a choice already locked into place. At first, it sounded like a curiosity, a glitch, a quirk of timing, but it wasn't. It's been replicated, refined, extended. More modern studies using fMRI technology and machine learning have shown researchers can predict, with startling accuracy, what choice someone will make. Several seconds before the person believes they've made it. 7 seconds. That's enough time to blink 14 times, to have a thought, then a counter-thought, then a doubt about the counter-thought. And still, the machine knew before you did. Before the I that says, "I chose this," had any idea what it was about to say. And suddenly the ground beneath the self begins to shake. Because if your brain is making decisions before you're aware of them, what exactly is your awareness for? What does it mean to have free will if the machinery is already in motion before your conscious mind joins the process? Maybe you're not steering the ship. Maybe you're the ship's storyteller, reporting on its course after it's already underway. That doesn't mean you're meaningless, but it does mean you're not as in control as you think. And that idea cuts deep, because we've built entire systems of law, of morality, of identity, on the belief that people are in charge of themselves, that you choose to speak or stay silent, to harm or to heal, that your will is free and your decisions are yours. But if the conscious mind is just a spokesman for a system that's already running, then where does accountability begin? Where does the self reside? Is it in the slow unfolding of unconscious processes? Is it in the patterns laid down by experience, memory, genetics, culture, trauma? Or is it something else entirely? An illusion generated by a brain that needs a you to make sense of itself? Because without the illusion of a self, of a free chooser, the story breaks, the meaning collapses, the continuity of your life, as a sequence of deliberate, authored actions, evaporates into a haze of automaticity, of impulses masked as intentions, of reasons invented after the fact. But maybe there's a gentler truth hidden underneath the panic. Maybe the idea of free will doesn't need to be absolute to be meaningful. Maybe you don't need to be in total control to have influence. Because while you might not be the spark that starts every fire, you are the one who builds the forest. You cultivate the terrain in which decisions grow. You shape your habits. You choose your environments. You expose yourself to ideas. You feed your brain with stories, with information, with emotion. And all of that becomes the ground from which future choices emerge. So yes, the conscious mind may not always be the decider, but it is the gardener. And gardening is powerful. You can't control which branch a tree will grow next, but you can choose what to plant, where to plant it, and how to nourish it. Over time, that makes all the difference. This reframes the entire question of free will. Instead of asking, "Did I choose this in the moment?" ask, "Did I shape the system that made this choice likely?" Because your brain is a prediction engine, it doesn't wait for commands. It runs on probability, on pattern, on familiarity. And most of what it does is beneath your awareness. That can feel terrifying, like you're not truly alive in your own life, but it can also be freeing, because it means that growth, change, transformation, they're not about overpowering your unconscious. They're about reprogramming it, teaching it new patterns, slowly, steadily, patiently, not by forcing change in a single moment, but by shifting the landscape over time. That's how habits are broken. That's how trauma is healed. That's how people evolve, not through sheer force of will, but through conscious cultivation of what lies beneath it. And that brings us back to Libet. Because even he, after years of research, didn't conclude that free will was dead. He proposed something subtler, something overlooked: free won't. The idea that even if the brain initiates an action before you're aware, you can still veto it. You can still say no. You might not start every impulse, but you can stop some. You can feel the readiness potential rising and choose not to act. That moment of pause, that tiny window of inhibition, is where your agency lives. It's not in the origin of every thought. It's in the response, in the reflection, in the space between stimulus and action. And that space, however small, is yours. You won't always catch it. You won't always use it. But the more you train yourself to notice, the more influence you gain. Not over every decision, but over the system that makes them. And maybe that's what maturity really is. Not the illusion of perfect control, but the humility to recognize how much happens without you, and the courage to take responsibility anyway. To know that your brain is older than your thoughts, that your instincts are faster than your awareness, that your behavior is shaped by forces you'll never fully understand. And still, you choose, you intervene, you reflect, you learn, you notice the habit and decide to shift it. You catch the impulse and breathe before acting. You watch yourself like a gentle observer, and in doing so, begin to change what you see. Because attention rewires the mind. Repetition carves new grooves. Intention reshapes the unconscious, not in a moment, but in 1,000 small nudges, day after day. And that too is freedom, a quieter, slower, more honest kind. So maybe free will was never about being the master of every thought. Maybe it was always about being the sculptor of the clay beneath them. Maybe it was never about choosing in isolation, but about participating in a dance between impulse and insight. And maybe the most human thing is not the power to decide, but the ability to reflect, to reshape, to evolve, to be more than the sum of your reflexes, to build a life not by brute force, but by cultivating patterns that serve who you're becoming, because you are becoming, always, even now, even as you read this, and that becoming is not an illusion. It is the most real thing about you, a process unfolding, a system learning, a self emerging, not as a static entity, but as a dynamic equilibrium of forces, rising and falling, acting and adjusting, deciding and rewriting, moment by moment, breath by breath. You are not a single choice. You are a living system of probabilities, and every day you shape the odds. And perhaps, in the end, that's what free will truly means. Not the power to choose freely in every moment, but the power to slowly, steadily change the kind of chooser you are. Neuroscience versus free will. Are you just a biological machine? You like to think of yourself as more than parts, more than cells, more than synapses, more than circuits pulsing with chemical whispers, But what if everything you are, everything you think, everything you believe to be your soul, yourself, your story, is nothing more than the output of a biological machine? What if the warm sense of agency you feel, the pride you take in your choices, the guilt you carry from your mistakes, are all just the echoes of electrochemical processes running on autopilot beneath your awareness, dictated by biology, shaped by evolution, triggered by stimuli, and wrapped in the illusion of free will? This isn't some dystopian thought experiment. This is the cold, precise territory where neuroscience collides with philosophy, and where the image you've built of yourself begins to tremble under the weight of brain scans, lesion studies, and the terrifyingly consistent patterns of cause and effect that suggest your choices may not be yours. Not in the way you've been taught to believe, because every time we peer deeper into the brain, every time we map a thought to a region, a behavior to a network, a feeling to a flood of neurotransmitters, we edge closer to the possibility that there is no ghost in the machine, only a machine, humming quietly, predictably, impersonally, yet somehow persuasively human in its output. And this is the paradox. The more we understand the brain, the less room there seems to be for a self that stands apart from it. We find that moral decisions light up the prefrontal cortex, that risk-taking is linked to dopamine regulation, that emotional resilience is tied to the balance between the amygdala and the anterior cingulate cortex, that memory, identity, attachment, empathy, all of it has a neural correlate. We know that a single injury can erase a person's moral compass, that a tumor pressing on the right spot can turn a gentle teacher into a violent stranger, that medications can mute sorrow, amplify joy, flatten personality. We've watched brain damage steal identity one neuron at a time. We've seen consciousness flicker like a faulty light bulb under anesthesia. We've measured willpower with electrodes. We've silenced voices in the head with magnetic pulses. And through it all, a chilling question persists. If altering the brain changes the person, then what was the person? Where is the self that is separate from the circuitry? Is there a you that exists apart from your brain? Or are you simply what your neurons are doing right now in this moment? And yet, despite this mechanical view, something in you resists. Something insists that you are not just the sum of your chemistry, that there is a dignity, a depth, a flame of freedom that refuses to be reduced. And perhaps that resistance is not delusion, but signal. Perhaps it's the mind trying to remind itself that while the machinery is real, so is the mystery. Because neuroscience can tell you what lights up when you fall in love, but it can't explain why a song makes you cry. It can identify the circuits involved in empathy, but not why you gave your last dollar to someone else's child. It can show how patterns of behavior repeat, but not why you suddenly chose to break one. And maybe that gap between what science can explain and what it can only describe is where the human spirit hides, not outside the brain, but emergent from it. Not a ghost, but a pattern so complex it begins to feel like something else. Like choice, like purpose, like soul. Still, the implications are hard to swallow. If your anger is just a surge of adrenaline, if your generosity is a quirk of oxytocin, if your faith is an artifact of temporal lobe activity, then what happens to meaning? To morality? To the idea that you are more than a puppet of molecules? But maybe this is the wrong way to look at it. Maybe calling yourself a machine doesn't diminish your humanity, it redefines it. Because not all machines are cold. Some machines evolve, some machines learn, some machines dream. And maybe the brain is not a simple cause and effect engine, but a chaotic, dynamic, self-updating organism capable of modeling its own behavior, questioning its own logic, rewriting its own code. And maybe that self-awareness is where freedom begins. Not as an escape from biology, but as a property of biology, reaching a level of complexity so intricate, so recursive, that it becomes something new. Not magic, not mysticism, but emergence. Think of a flock of birds, each following simple rules. Stay close, match speed, avoid collisions. And yet, from those rules, a murmuration arises. A fluid, beautiful, unpredictable dance. The birds don't know they're creating art. They just follow the program. But the program, in motion, becomes something more. Perhaps consciousness is like that. A side effect that becomes a center, an illusion that becomes real by virtue of its consequences. Because if your brain convinces you that you have free will, and you act as if you do, and those actions shape the world, then does it matter if the origin was chemical or something else? Maybe freedom is not about being uncaused. Maybe it's about being responsive, adaptable, capable of reflecting on your own programming and choosing which parts to rewrite. And this, perhaps, is the core of what neuroscience doesn't erase but illuminates. That the very ability to contemplate your own lack of freedom is itself an act of freedom. That the capacity to know you are influenced, to trace the contours of your conditioning, to see the strings, gives you the rare power to pull back. Not always, not easily, but sometimes. And in that sometimes lies everything. The choice to pause before reacting, the decision to forgive when vengeance would be easier, the effort to change a habit not because it stopped working, but because it no longer fits the person you're trying to become. These are not the reflexes of a machine. These are the marks of a mind in motion, a mind that evolves, a mind that participates in its own unfolding. So are you just a biological machine? Yes and no. You are made of matter, yes. You are bound by laws of physics, by genetics, by chemical gradients and synaptic weights. But you are also shaped by stories, by memories, by meanings that transcend the molecules. You are a process, not a product. A question, not an answer. A verb, not a noun. And that process is not random. It is directed, sometimes by instinct, sometimes by intention. You are more than biology, not because you escape it, but because you amplify it, refine it, reflect on it, and in doing so, become something else. Something that can suffer, something that can aspire, something that can choose, even if that choice is never pure. And in that paradox lies your humanity. You are the machine that knows it's a machine, and still chooses to hope, still chooses to change, still chooses to live as if every act matters, even if you'll never be sure who exactly is choosing. And maybe that's enough. Not certainty, but participation. Not control, but collaboration. Not freedom from your biology, but freedom within it. Because the question is not whether you are free in some absolute sense. The question is whether you can shape the conditions that shape you. Whether you can rewire your responses, whether you can transform the architecture of your own mind through awareness, through repetition, through love. And if you can, if even a little, then no matter what the brain scans say, you are not just a machine. You are a mystery with levers, a story with edits, a system that dreams of becoming more than the sum of its circuits. And maybe that is what it means to be human, not to escape nature, but to become its most self-aware expression. The illusion of the self. Is there even a you making the choice? You speak of yourself as if you were a single thing, an I that makes choices, holds beliefs, remembers the past and dreams of the future. But what if that sense of unity is an illusion, a convincing story told by your brain to keep the system stable? What if the you think you are doesn't really exist in the way you imagine? Not as a core, not as a captain, not as a permanent self piloting the body like a rider on a horse, but as a shifting mirage cobbled together from fragments of memory, emotion, perception, and social reinforcement, constantly updated, re-narrated, and in many ways, invented. Because when you dig into the science of consciousness, into the muddy waters where neuroscience and philosophy collide, the self begins to dissolve, not dramatically, not with a bang, but slowly, gently, like fog lifting to reveal not a singular entity, but a network of processes with no center, no overseer, no final authority, just interlocking mechanisms giving rise to the experience of being someone, when in fact, no one is truly there in the way you think. And that's not a poetic, a metaphor. It's what research increasingly shows. The self is not found in any one region of the brain. There is no you behind your eyes, pulling the levers. There are only modules, systems for vision, memory, language, desire, all working together, sometimes in harmony, sometimes in contradiction, with consciousness arriving late, trying to make sense of it all. The illusion of the self is powerful, so powerful that even when you hear this, a part of you resists. It whispers, "No, I'm still here. I'm still real. I'm the one reading these words. I'm the one choosing how to feel about them." But that voice, that inner monologue, is part of the illusion, a function of your language system narrating your experience, like a sports commentator who doesn't play the game but tries to explain what's happening in real time. And often, it gets it wrong, because long before you explain why you acted, the action has already begun. Your unconscious systems have fired, your emotional networks have responded, your body has leaned in or pulled back. The self you think of as you is always catching up, spinning stories to make the chaos feel coherent. And those stories are not lies, not intentionally. They're adaptations, tools. They help maintain a consistent sense of identity in a world that constantly changes. But just because the story is useful doesn't mean it's true. Consider this. There are people with split brain syndrome, individuals whose brain hemispheres no longer communicate, who exhibit contradictory behaviors depending on which half is engaged. One side believes, the other denies. One makes choices, the other rationalizes them after the fact. And still, both sides believe they are the real self. So which one is it? Where is the you that chooses? Or think about the moments when you act out of impulse, then later say, "I don't know why I did that." Who made the decision? Was it you? Or one of the many versions of you that show up depending on the mood, the context, the crowd? Are you the calm thinker, the jealous partner, the spontaneous adventurer? Or are all of them masks worn by a system that never truly settles into one fixed identity? Neuroscience would argue that you are all of them and none of them, that the brain doesn't contain a self but simulates one, creating the illusion of continuity from moment to moment. And this simulation, though fragile, is persuasive, because the alternative is chaos, a mind without a center, a life without a narrator. But the truth is, your experience of self is not a constant flame. It is a flickering candle, relit again and again by memory, by attention, by the need to belong. And when you stop attending, when you fall asleep, or enter deep meditation, or lose yourself in music or flow, the self disappears, and you don't miss it. In fact, you often feel more alive in those moments, more free, because freedom, it turns out, doesn't require a solid self, only a system capable of adapting. And that's the unsettling beauty of it. You are not a fixed identity, but a process, not a noun, but a verb. You are not someone, you are something happening. A stream of perception and reaction and thought, constantly reorganizing itself in response to the environment. The brain does not carry a self like a passenger. It creates the experience of self on demand, like a flashlight creating a circle of light in the dark. The light moves, but the flashlight stays. The awareness shifts, but the machinery endures. And this means that the self isn't in control. It is a product. It is what happens when the brain models itself, modeling the world. It is recursive. It is reflexive. It is an echo pretending to be a voice. And if you don't believe it, ask yourself, where is the self when you're lost in a movie? When you forget your name in a dream? When you act automatically, without thinking? Where does you go? And when it returns, is it the same? And yet, there's no need to panic. Because even if the self is an illusion, it's a useful one. It's what allows you to make promises, to hold values, to care about consequences. It's what makes morality possible, relationships meaningful, memory coherent. Without a sense of self, life would be unrecognizable. And so the illusion persists, not because it's true, but because it works. Because even though the I may be a story, it's a story that allows other stories to unfold. But here's where things get interesting. Once you know it's a story, you can start to edit it. You can become less attached to your past, less trapped by your labels, less reactive when the ego is threatened. You can see your thoughts as weather, passing clouds, not permanent truths. You can witness emotions without believing they define you. You can hold your identity like an open hand, not a clenched fist. And in doing so, you gain a strange kind of freedom. Not the freedom to do anything, but the freedom to be anyone. Because if the self is constructed, it can be reconstructed. And that means you're not stuck, not limited, not bound by some core essence carved in stone. Instead, you are fluid. You are multiple. You are, in many ways, anonymous. And that anonymity is not a curse. It is a canvas, a space in which to explore, to expand, to redefine. You don't have to be the person you were yesterday. You don't have to believe every thought you think or defend every emotion you feel. You can loosen your grip on identity without losing your grip on meaning. Because meaning doesn't come from having a fixed self. It comes from participating in life with presence, with care, with awareness. And when you let go of the need to be someone, you open up the possibility of being fully here, fully responsive, fully human. So is there a you making the choice? Not in the way you assume, not as a unified driver behind the eyes, but choices still happen, not from a self, but from a system. And that system is intelligent. It learns, it adapts, it reflects, and sometimes, miraculously, it grows. The illusion of the self may not be real in a literal sense, but it is real in its consequences. And maybe that's enough. Maybe what matters isn't whether you are someone, but whether you are becoming, whether you are listening, whether you are awake to the possibility that everything you call you is both temporary and alive, fleeting and miraculous, and that this moment, this breath, is the only true center you'll ever find. Determinism. Could the universe have allowed you to choose otherwise? You wake up in the morning and believe it was you who chose to get out of bed. You order a coffee and feel like you selected it freely. You text someone, take a different route home, avoid a conversation, stay silent when you could have spoken, and in every single instance, the thought running through your head is the same. I chose this, but what if you didn't? What if you couldn't have done otherwise? What if every decision you've ever made, down to the smallest twitch of your finger, was not a spontaneous expression of freedom, but the inevitable consequence of everything that came before it? Every neuron firing because of a prior cause. Every thought shaped by genetics, environment, experience. Every desire formed not in a vacuum of will, but in a long, invisible chain of cause and effect, stretching back to before you were born. This is the uncomfortable suggestion of determinism, that the universe may be a closed system where nothing ever truly deviates, where your feeling of freedom is a side effect of complexity, not a sign of autonomy. And it's not a fringe idea. It's the backbone of classical physics, the logic of every equation that predicts a future from a present. If the laws of nature are fixed, and the state of the universe at any moment is fully determined by its prior state, then where exactly does your freedom fit? The question isn't whether you make decisions. It's whether you could have made a different one in that same moment, with that same brain, in that same situation. And according to strict determinism, the answer is no. You couldn't have. Not because someone else forced you, not because you were coerced, but because you were always going to do what you did. Your biology, your upbringing, your memories, your hormones, the placement of your feet, the temperature in the room, all of it formed the exact conditions under which that decision arose. You feel like you weighed your options, but even your ability to deliberate is part of the script. Even your second guesses are predicted. Even your indecision is determined. You are not writing your story as you go. You are reading it aloud, page by page, mistaking recitation for authorship. And this idea threatens the very heart of how we understand ourselves. We praise the strong, blame the weak, punish the guilty, reward the brave, all on the assumption that they could have done otherwise, that they chose, that they are responsible. But if determinism is true in its absolute form, then no one chooses anything. They only act out what the universe already baked into their path. And yet, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like we choose. It feels like we struggle. It feels like we stand at crossroads. So how do we reconcile this visceral experience of freedom with the cold logic of determinism? Some say quantum mechanics saves us, that the universe is not fully predictable, that randomness exists. But randomness is not freedom. If your choices are random, they're not yours. They're just noise. Others say complexity saves us, that the brain is so intricate, so self-referential, that it transcends deterministic laws. But emergence doesn't mean escape. Just because a storm is complex doesn't mean it chooses where to go. So we're left with a paradox. We feel free, but science tells us we're not. We act as if we're responsible, but physics says we're products. And if that's true, if you were always going to read these words in this moment, with this breath, then what does that mean for guilt, for change, for hope? And here's where the conversation shifts, not into despair, but into perspective. Because determinism doesn't mean you are powerless. It means your power exists inside the system. Your future is still unwritten, not because it's free from cause, but because the causes are still unfolding, and you are one of them. You are a node in the network, a loop in the chain, and your awareness, your capacity to reflect, to learn, to influence, is itself a cause. The fact that your behavior can be predicted doesn't mean it can't change. It just means that change, too, has conditions. Growth has a formula. Healing has a structure. Nothing spontaneous, but everything possible. And the beautiful irony is this. Once you accept that your choices arise from causes, you begin to notice those causes. You start to intervene not by resisting them blindly, but by altering their trajectory. You change your environment. You feed your mind. You build new habits. You train the system that will determine your future. You don't escape the machine. You become its mechanic. So could the universe have allowed you to choose otherwise? In that moment, with those exact parameters, no. But in this moment, now that you know more, now that you've seen behind the curtain, now that you've begun to grasp the weight and structure of what shapes you, yes, the next choice can be different because you are different. Because knowledge changes input. Because awareness loops back and alters behavior. Because this idea, this recognition of cause and consequence, is not an end to freedom, but the beginning of a more honest one. Not freedom as magic, not freedom as fantasy, but freedom as conscious participation in a system that never stops moving, never stops influencing, never stops being shaped by its own parts. And maybe this is the more mature version of freedom, not the naive belief that you float above the world untouched, but the deeper understanding that you are embedded in it and still have agency, not because you defy the laws of nature, but because you embody them with awareness. Because you're not a spectator, you're not a puppet, you are a process, a dynamic, evolving expression of all that's come before you and all you're becoming. Determinism doesn't kill meaning, it reframes it. It shows you that meaning is not created in the absence of cause, but in your relationship to it. And perhaps true responsibility is not about having chosen freely, but about responding wisely to what shaped you. About continuing the chain in a way that moves forward, not just repeats, about accepting that the world moves through you and choosing, however subtly, how you'll move with it. So the next time you feel trapped by what seems inevitable, remember, inevitability is only visible in hindsight. The present is still pliable, and you are not separate from the system. You are the part of the system that sees itself. And in that seeing lies the power to shape what comes next. Split brain experiments. When the left hand doesn't know what the right is doing, you assume you are one, a single consciousness, a unified self, a coherent I that sees, thinks, feels, and chooses as a whole. You wake up in the morning and experience yourself as intact, indivisible. You feel a thought rise, a choice form, an emotion swell, and you never question whether all of you is involved in that moment. You believe your brain may be complex, but you, the person, are whole. But then come the split brain experiments and everything you believe about your unity begins to crack. These studies, first performed in the 20th century on patients with severe epilepsy who had undergone corpus callosotomy, a procedure that severs the bundle of fibers connecting the brain's two hemispheres, revealed something extraordinary. When the communication bridge between the left and right hemispheres is cut, it's not just data that stops flowing. It's identity. It's selfhood. The patient, still one person physically, becomes two minds functionally. Each hemisphere continues to operate, but without the ability to share information with the other, strange phenomena emerge. Moments where the left hand acts against the right, where the person says one thing while doing another, where knowledge seems trapped on one side of the brain, unable to cross over, like a secret walled into silence. And these moments raise a haunting question. If the brain can be split, can the self be split too? And if so, was it ever whole to begin with? Imagine this. You show a patient an image, a key to the left visual field, processed by the right hemisphere, and a ring to the right visual field, processed by the left. Then you ask them what they saw. They say, a ring. Why? Because speech centers are in the left hemisphere, and the left hemisphere only saw the ring. But if you ask them to point, using their left hand, to what they saw, they point to the key. The right hemisphere saw the key. It understood, but it couldn't speak. Two perceptions, two understandings, one body, one face, one voice. But beneath, the surface, a division, a split in awareness so clean, so silent, that the conscious self doesn't even realize it's fragmented. Or this, a patient is told to stand up. The command is delivered to the right hemisphere. They rise. You ask, why did you stand up? And the speaking hemisphere answers, I wanted to stretch. But that's not why they stood. That's not what was heard. The speaking hemisphere fabricates an explanation, believable, confident, false, and it doesn't know it's lying. It thinks it knows. It believes it's unified. But half of the truth is missing, and the other half cannot speak. These aren't just clinical curiosities, they're existential revelations. They show us that what we call the self, what we feel as a single consciousness, is not a unified structure, but a collaboration, a synthesis, a fragile agreement between specialized systems that only seem singular because the wires are usually intact. When those wires are cut, the illusion collapses, not entirely, not catastrophically, but enough to glimpse behind the curtain, enough to reveal that unity is not the default, it is the performance. The brain works in parallel, not in unison. One hemisphere interprets language, the other interprets context. One side sees the forest, the other sees the trees. One feels, one explains, one intuits, one justifies. And in normal brains, they pass information back and forth fast enough that we never notice the division. But the division is there, it's always been there. And the more we study it, the more we realize that the self is a story told across a neural chasm, a narrative assembled from competing inputs, patched together to feel whole. So what does this mean for the rest of us, whose brains are still connected, whose hemispheres still shake hands in every waking moment? It means that even in normal brains, the illusion of unity is maintained through constant coordination that can fail. It means that your decisions might be the product of internal negotiations you never hear, that your instincts might arise from systems your conscious mind has never met, that your words might come from a place that doesn't understand the action your hands just performed, and that when you say, I chose, what you really mean is, this was the result of many processes, some of which I can name, and some of which will forever remain a mystery. And yet you go on believing in yourself as one. You must. It's adaptive. It's necessary. The idea that you are not a chorus, but a soloist, gives you stability, direction, purpose. But the truth is more nuanced. You are not a single voice. You are a symphony. And sometimes the instruments fall out of sync. But there's something strangely beautiful in this fragmentation, because it shows us that consciousness is not a switch, but a spectrum. That identity is not a crystal, but a process. That we are, all of us, in conversation with ourselves, across hemispheres, across time, across contradictory urges. And this explains so much. Why you feel torn, why you regret, why you act one way and speak another, why you struggle to explain your feelings, your habits, your impulses. It's because you are not fully in touch with all of yourself. No one is. Because some parts of you don't have language. Some parts don't care about logic. Some parts act first and explain later. And the self, the conscious narrator, comes after. It smooths the wrinkles. It edits the footage. It tells a story that feels clean, coherent, continuous. But beneath that story lies a divided kingdom, always slightly out of sync. And if this sounds alarming, it doesn't have to be, because what the split brain experiments also show is that the brain adapts, it compensates, it creates bridges even where none exist. The hemispheres learn to guess each other's patterns. The self, even when fractured, finds ways to continue functioning. And this resilience is a reminder you don't need to be perfectly whole to live meaningfully. You don't need to fully understand yourself to act with purpose. You don't need unity to have identity. Because maybe what it means to be human is not to be singular, but to be plural, and to embrace that pluralism with compassion. To see your contradictions not as failures, but as features. To accept that you are not a marble statue carved from one stone but a mosaic. Pieces gathered, arranged, sometimes misaligned, but beautiful in their collective form. So the next time your left hand seems to act before your right knows why, the next time your emotions surge before your thoughts catch up, the next time you find yourself saying something you didn't know you believed, pause and remember. The you who noticed may not be the you who acted, but both are real. Both are you. And the space between them is not a flaw. It is the landscape of consciousness itself. Predictive processing. Your brain as a prediction machine, not a decision maker. You think your brain is here to think, to decide, to weigh options, gather facts, and choose a path forward. You imagine it as a judge, careful, impartial, sitting high above the noise of your body, ruling on what to say, what to feel, what to want. But what if that picture is completely backwards? What if your brain is not built to make decisions at all, but to make predictions? What if it's less like a philosopher and more like a gambler, constantly placing bets on what's about to happen next, refining its guesses based on the difference between expectation and reality? This is the radical shift proposed by predictive processing, that the brain's primary function is not to react, but to anticipate, to simulate the world before it happens, to generate a running model of what should be, and to update that model only when it's wrong. In this framework, perception isn't passive, it's proactive. You don't see the world, you predict it. You don't hear sounds, you guess what should be heard and adjust when reality disagrees. Even your sense of self, your continuity, your identity, is a high-level prediction, a stable model of you that helps the system stay calibrated. And decisions, they aren't made in a clean moment of logic. They emerge when the prediction aligns well enough to feel certain. You're not choosing between doors. You're forecasting which one is likely to open, and it starts early. When you hear a familiar tune, your brain already knows what note is coming. When you speak, it predicts the sound of your voice, the rhythm of your words. That's why you jump when someone suddenly interrupts you. It violated the model. That's why you wince when a dish drops in a quiet room. It wasn't expected. Your brain hates surprise. It doesn't want truth. It wants stability. It creates predictions at every level, from how light should bend in your retina to how your friend should react to a text. And when reality doesn't match, it triggers error signals, tiny alarms that say, something's off. Most of the time, those errors are resolved quickly. You adjust your grip, you reread the sentence, you blink. But sometimes the mismatch is big. You expected kindness, got silence. You expected success, got rejection. You predicted control, but life laughed. And when prediction fails badly enough, the model trembles. You feel confusion, disorientation, sometimes even despair. Not because the moment was painful, but because it didn't fit the world your brain thought it was living in. This is why routine feels safe, why novelty feels risky, why you resist change even when you crave it. Because your brain wants certainty, not possibility. It wants to be right, even if the model it's protecting is outdated or unhealthy. This also explains why you can stay in situations that hurt you, relationships, jobs, habits, not because they're good, but because they're predictable. Because your brain knows how to simulate the pain, and the pain it can predict feels safer than the joy it cannot. And in this predictive model, even emotions are forecasts. You don't just feel anger, you predict that a situation warrants anger based on past associations. You don't just feel joy, you predict it when patterns suggest reward is coming. And because of that, you can learn to feel differently, not by forcing emotions, but by changing the model, by feeding the brain new experiences, safer patterns, more nuanced contexts. Slowly, it begins to expect something different. And when the expectation changes, the feeling follows. But here's where things get strange. If everything you perceive is a prediction, then how do you know what's real? If your brain is always anticipating and perception is just a comparison between expectation and input, then you are never experiencing raw reality. You're experiencing guesses, polished, smoothed, filtered guesses. You walk through a world your brain believes is there, adjusting only when it must. This explains optical illusions. It explains phantom limbs. It explains why time feels fast when you're busy and slow when you're anxious. Your brain is not measuring the world. It's interpreting it, actively, aggressively. And when something doesn't fit, it doesn't always update the model. Sometimes it ignores the data. Sometimes it reshapes the perception to preserve the prediction. You've seen this in your own life. The person who insists their partner still loves them, despite all signs. The employee who believes they're failing, even with praise. The friend who keeps repeating patterns they claim to hate. The model resists contradiction, because the model is what keeps us sane. And yet, there is power in this. Because if the brain is a prediction machine, then you can change your experience not by changing the world, but by changing your predictions, by creating new patterns, by giving your brain better data. This is what therapy does. This is what mindfulness does. This is what growth, at its core, means updating the model. And it's not easy, because prediction is fast. It's automatic. It happens before you think. But every time you pause, reflect, notice the old pattern rising, you interrupt the loop. You give the brain a new option, a different forecast, and slowly, your world begins to shift. Not because the facts changed, but because your interpretation did. This also reframes the idea of free will. Because if decisions are just predictions that feel confident enough to act on, then you don't choose in the moment. You prepare the conditions ahead of time. Your will is not a spotlight that shines in a crisis. It's a climate system that builds over weeks, months, years. And your best choices emerge not from pressure, but from preparation. From a brain that has learned through repetition how to expect good things, how to expect safety, how to expect agency. And that expectation becomes self-fulfilling, not through magic, but through alignment, through the brain's deep desire to minimize surprise. And the more you train it to predict something better, the more it begins to create a life that confirms the prediction. So no, your brain isn't a neutral observer. It's a fortune teller, a compulsive storyteller. It wakes up each day not to discover the world, but to confirm its story about it. And yet, that story can evolve. That fortune can be rewritten. Because you are not only the system, you are the gardener of its inputs, the architect of its assumptions, the author of its metaphors. You feed the machine with your attention. You shape its forecasts with your habits. And over time, you build a mind that expects something more, something kinder, something truer. So the next time you feel trapped in a pattern, in a reaction, in a belief that feels automatic, don't ask, why do I keep choosing this? Ask, what is my brain predicting? And then give it something new to work with. Because you may not control the machine moment to moment, but you do influence what it prepares for. And that might be the most powerful form of freedom there is, priming. When a word or image controls your behavior. Without you knowing, you walk into a room and feel a little more confident than usual. You smile at a stranger for no reason. You choose the salad instead of the fries. You speak a little softer or a little louder without really knowing why. You assume these are your choices, yours alone. Small expressions of personality, spontaneous bursts of mood. But what if they're not? What if they've been gently, invisibly influenced, shaped, not by your free will, but by what you saw a few moments earlier? A word on a poster, a face in the background, a smell, a shape, a sound that passed through your senses too quickly to notice but left a fingerprint anyway. This is the unnerving power of priming. The idea that your thoughts, your actions, even your beliefs can be nudged by subtle cues in your environment, without your awareness and often against your intention. Not through persuasion, not through argument, but through quiet association, through the brain's relentless habit of preparing you to respond, even before you realize there's something to respond to. You are not reacting to the world. You are reacting to the cues that prepare you for it. And those cues are everywhere. The science is unsettling. In one study, participants asked to unscramble sentences that included words related to aging, like wrinkle and retired, walked more slowly down the hallway afterward. They weren't told the study was about age. They didn't feel older, but the idea of slowness had been planted and their bodies followed suit. In another, people primed with words related to aggression were more likely to interpret an ambiguous shove as hostile. Those primed with politeness waited longer to interrupt someone. The effect isn't hypnosis. It's not mind control. It's suggestion, so subtle that it feels like your own idea, because your brain is always looking for context, always trying to decide how to behave before you realize you're behaving. And it does this by pulling up relevant associations. What does this situation remind me of? What am I supposed to be like here? What scripts apply? And the priming cue, whether it's a word, an image, or a social signal, tells your brain which script to load. It narrows the possible outcomes. It tilts the playing field. You still make a choice, but you're choosing from a biased menu, and it doesn't stop with behavior. Priming can shape your memory. Show people a video of a car accident and ask, how fast were the cars going when they hit each other? Then ask another group the same question, but replace hit with smashed. The second group reports higher speeds and is more likely to remember broken glass, even if there wasn't any. The language shaped the memory shaped the belief, and the belief felt real. Because priming doesn't just suggest what to do, it suggests what to remember, what to feel, what to expect. It colors your perception. It whispers what's likely. And your brain, ever eager to reduce uncertainty, believes it, fills in the blanks, acts accordingly. Now imagine how this plays out across a lifetime. The words you hear as a child, smart, lazy, gifted, difficult, prime you for the roles you believe you must play. The media you consume primes you to fear certain people and trust others. The color of a room, the presence of a logo, the smell of someone's clothes, all of it shapes you, not in dramatic ways, not in ways you'll notice, but in countless micro-adjustments. A smile that dies before reaching your lips, a pause before speaking, a preference you can't explain, and over time, those tiny nudges accumulate. They become character, they become instinct, they become the invisible architecture of who you think you are. And still, you believe it's all you, that your preferences emerged fully formed, that your comfort, your caution, your confidence are internal traits, not external echoes. But this isn't a hopeless realization. In fact, it's liberating. Because once you understand priming, you start to see how porous the mind really is, how context-dependent, how malleable. And that means you can prime yourself consciously. You can curate your environment to shape the behavior you want. Want to feel more creative? Surround yourself with images, words, people that spark it. Want to be kinder, calmer, more patient? Prime your brain with examples, with music, with phrases, with spaces that align with those states. Because your brain doesn't wait for permission. It prepares, and you can influence what it prepares for. It also teaches compassion. If people are so easily influenced by invisible cues, maybe their worst moments aren't entirely their fault. Maybe the rude comment, the selfish act, the cold tone, wasn't a core personality trait, but the residue of a cue you didn't see. Maybe they were primed for fear, for defense, for withdrawal, just as you are, in your own ways, every day. And that awareness makes room for empathy, for understanding, for grace. Not because people aren't responsible, but because they're not always aware of what they're responding to. The world is priming us constantly. Advertising, architecture, tone of voice, body language, news headlines. And if you don't choose your cues, they'll be chosen for you. So the next time you feel off-center, strangely irritable or unusually bold, ask yourself, what just passed through me? What word? What image? What signal slipped in while I wasn't paying attention? Because the mind is a sponge, and not all that it absorbs is chosen. But once you notice, you can change the water, you can filter the input, you can remind yourself that not every thought is yours, not every impulse authentic, not every response inevitable. Some were planted, some were borrowed, some were simply prepared by a system doing its job. And that system is beautiful in its efficiency, but dangerous in its passivity. It works automatically, which means it works best when you interrupt it deliberately. When you prime yourself for clarity, for awareness, for openness, when you see the frame being built and ask yourself if you want to live inside it, because once you do, you're no longer just a subject, you're a participant, a designer, not immune to influence, but awake to it. And in that awareness lies your greatest power, not to erase priming, but to reclaim it. To turn what once shaped you without your knowing into something you consciously shape, day by day, cue by cue, choice by choice. The hidden power of the unconscious. The decisions you never see. You think your decisions begin when you start thinking about them. You believe a choice starts when you weigh the pros and cons, when you feel the pull of desire or the pressure of doubt. You imagine your consciousness as the starting line, the place where all things begin, where intent is born and action flows outward. But what if you're only arriving halfway through the story? What if every decision you make has already started, already taken root, already shifted direction, long before you become aware of it? What if your unconscious mind, silent and unseen, is constantly at work behind the curtain, shaping your preferences, triggering your impulses, framing your logic, and setting the stage for a conclusion you will later describe as your choice? Because the truth is, most of what moves you, most of what drives you, most of what you call you, is happening in the dark. Not in the spooky, mysterious sense, in the literal one, beneath awareness, below language, outside the boundaries of introspection. And it's not just instinct, it's not just buried emotion, it's an entire parallel self, intelligent, observant, powerful, guiding your behavior without asking for permission or recognition. You see this most clearly in your reactions, when someone's face makes you tense for no reason, when you're drawn to a stranger without knowing why, when you dismiss a new idea before you've heard the full sentence. These aren't random. They're not noise. They're the surface tension of a deeper system, your unconscious scanning for patterns, predicting outcomes, protecting you or pushing you based on histories you don't remember, signals you didn't register, associations you never consciously formed. Your brain is always processing more than you can handle, so it delegates, it automates, it learns without your awareness and acts without your approval. And it does so brilliantly. In fact, if your conscious mind had to process even a fraction of the sensory data your body takes in every second, you'd collapse, you'd choke on detail. So your unconscious filters the world, decides what matters, delivers the highlights, and you build your story on that reduced feed. You think you're steering, but the road, the options, the destination, all of it has been pre-mapped before you touch the wheel. And yet, you never feel that. Because the unconscious doesn't speak in words, it doesn't announce itself. It whispers through gut feelings, through body language, through sudden clarity or inexplicable discomfort. It moves in dreams. It speaks in repetition, in intuition, in the moments you say, I just knew, but can't say how, in the decisions you defend with logic, long after they've already been made. And modern neuroscience confirms this. Brain scans show activity predicting your choices seconds before you report making them. Your muscles begin to move before you feel you've decided to act. Even moral judgments, who you trust, who you punish, can be primed unconsciously based on facial features or context cues. This doesn't mean you're irrational. It means you're layered, complex, operating on levels your awareness can't reach. And instead of resisting that, maybe it's time to understand it, because the unconscious isn't your enemy. It's not trying to deceive you. It's trying to help. It's the part of you that learned what danger smells like, the part that remembers emotional patterns you've forgotten, the part that recognizes betrayal in a tone of voice before your conscious mind picks up the words. It's your early warning system, your silent ally. And when it works well, it makes you feel magically in tune with the world. You call it flow, instinct, brilliance. But when it's wounded, when it's trained on trauma or buried under denial, it can sabotage you, lead you into repeated patterns, whisper fears that aren't real, paint threats where there are none. And because it doesn't speak directly, you can't argue with it. You can only feel its influence, subtle, persistent, often mistaken for truth. And if you never question it, it becomes your reality. Not because it's right, but because it's familiar. So how do you work with something you can't see? How do you heal what doesn't speak? You begin by listening differently, by noticing what your body says before your mind speaks, by asking why a space feels tense, why a person feels wrong, why a choice that seems smart makes your chest tighten. You watch your patterns, the relationships you repeat, the doubts that never leave, the dreams that echo with themes you don't understand, and you get curious, not judgmental, curious, because the unconscious doesn't respond to control. It responds to attention, to kindness, to invitation. You don't conquer it, you collaborate, and slowly it starts to speak more clearly. You begin to catch the moment when a decision is forming, not when it's already made, but when the first tug arises. And in that pause, in that subtle awareness, lies a new kind of freedom. Not absolute freedom, but choice with context, movement with meaning, not reaction, but response. And this reframes what it means to know yourself. You are not the sum of your thoughts. You are the system beneath them, the rhythms, the tendencies, the unseen algorithms. You are what your mind rehearses when you're not looking, what it believes about the world, about others, about you. And you can't reprogram that with force, but you can feed it new data. You can place yourself in new stories. You can surround yourself with signals that rewrite the code, over time, with repetition, with grace. And that, perhaps, is where real transformation lives. Not in sudden breakthroughs, but in the slow rewriting of the unconscious until the decisions it makes, without your asking, begin to align with the life you truly want. So the next time you catch yourself acting out a pattern, saying yes when you meant no, feeling uneasy with no clear reason, don't ignore it. Don't shame it. Sit with it. Ask what it knows, what it remembers, what it's trying to protect, and offer it something new. Because the decisions you never see don't have to remain invisible. They can become invitations, doorways, mirrors. Not to show you who you've always been, but who you're ready to become. The moment you stop fearing what lives beneath the surface and start listening to it instead. The role of emotion. Do feelings choose for you? Before logic does. You tell yourself you're a rational being, that you think before you act, that you weigh your options, consider the facts, and choose accordingly. You pride yourself on being reasonable, on controlling your emotions rather than letting them control you. But deep down, there's a suspicion you can't quite shake. That maybe, just maybe, your feelings are making the decisions long before your logic gets involved. That maybe your thoughts aren't leading the way, they're following, scrambling, to justify what you already feel. And science suggests you might be right, because your brain isn't organized like a courtroom. It's organized like a battlefield. And in that battlefield, emotion is often the first to arrive and the last to leave. Long before your prefrontal cortex has time to calculate, your amygdala has already fired. Your body has already tightened. Your breath has already shifted. You've already leaned in or recoiled. And only then does your reasoning begin, not to decide, but to explain, to translate a biological impulse into a story you can live with. And that story feels like the decision. But it's not. It's the narrative after the feeling. It starts with something small, a glance, a word, a tone. Something subtle enters your system and is immediately evaluated, not logically, but emotionally. Safe or dangerous, pleasant or threatening, familiar or foreign, and your nervous system prepares accordingly. Your heartbeat changes. Your pupils shift. Your muscles tense. You are preparing for action, not based on analysis, but on affect. This is why you can walk into a room and instantly dislike someone before they've said a word. Why a smell can bring back a wave of nostalgia that floods your entire posture. Why a song can make you feel like something is wrong, even if everything is fine. Emotion doesn't wait for context. It brings its own. It doesn't ask for permission. It takes over. And the brain, always desperate for coherence, builds a scaffold around it, justifying, explaining, arguing. But all of it is post hoc. All of it is downstream. Even in your biggest decisions, the ones you tell yourself are purely rational, emotion plays the lead. Studies show that when the emotional centers of the brain are damaged, people struggle to make choices at all. They can list pros and cons indefinitely, but they can't land. Because logic alone doesn't move you. It informs, but it doesn't compel. Emotion is what gives meaning to the facts. What makes one option feel right and the other wrong? What makes the stakes feel real? It's not an obstacle to good decision-making. It's the engine. But here's where it gets tricky. Emotions aren't always accurate. They're fast, not precise. They're shaped by memory, bias, trauma, expectation. They're signals, but not necessarily truths. And if you treat every feeling as a fact, you can end up trapped, making choices not for what is, but for what was. Avoiding opportunities because of old fears. Saying no to growth because it doesn't feel right. Mistaking comfort for alignment. Mistaking anxiety for danger. And yet, ignoring emotion doesn't work either. You've tried. You've told yourself to be logical, to be objective, to just think it through. But the feeling lingers. It leaks. It shapes your tone, your timing, your words. Emotion doesn't vanish when suppressed. It embeds. It waits. It shapes the background music of your mind. And if you don't know how to hear it, it plays louder. This is why you second guess. Why you ruminate. Why you don't know why you feel this way, but can't shake it. Because emotion doesn't care if it fits your spreadsheet. It's not trying to win the argument. It's trying to be felt. And until it is, it will influence everything. Quietly, pervasively, invisibly. So what do? You learn to listen, not to obey, but to interpret. You ask what the feeling wants you to know, not what it wants you to do. You sit with discomfort without making it your compass. You notice the difference between fear and intuition, between sadness and clarity, between urgency and truth. You stop asking, what's the logical thing to do? And start asking, what emotion is driving this logic? Because often, the logic is sound, but it's built on an emotional foundation that hasn't been examined. And when you trace that foundation, you find the real decision point. Not the one with bullet points and charts, but the one that feels like a knot in your chest or a breath in your lungs. And in that awareness, something powerful shifts. You stop being a slave to your feelings, but you stop fearing them too. You see them for what they are. Data. Messy, complex, deeply human data. You begin to understand that the best decisions don't ignore emotion. They integrate it. They listen to it, weigh it, test it against reality. They ask, is this fear protecting me or limiting me? Is this excitement aligned or impulsive? Is this guilt mine or inherited? And slowly, your choices become less reactive, less rigid, more attuned, not perfect but grounded. You move not from pressure, but from presence. And maybe that's the most honest way to live, not as a being ruled by logic or swept away by feeling, but as a system that holds both in conversation, that honors the role of emotion without surrendering to it, that sees emotion not as noise, but as signal, one that can misfire, but also illuminate, because your feelings are not your enemy. They are the earliest part of you, the part that felt the world before you understood it, the part that registered danger before you had words, the part that still responds first, not because it's flawed, but because it's fast, because it learned before you could explain. So the next time you find yourself at a crossroads, unable to decide, torn between what makes sense and what feels true, pause. Don't silence the feeling. Don't hand it the wheel either. Just listen. Let it speak. Ask what it knows. Then bring your logic to the table, not to overrule, but to support, to shape, to collaborate. Because in the end, the most powerful choices you make won't come from defeating emotion, but from understanding it. From recognizing that what moves you matters, and that what moves you first, when seen clearly, can move you toward a life that not only makes sense, but also feels right. The justification machine. How your brain creates stories after the fact. You think you know why you do what you do. You believe your actions arise from reasons, clear, structured, defendable reasons. You assume that your choices are based on logic, your behaviors grounded in principle, your preferences driven by coherent values. And when someone asks you why you took that job, said those words, ended that relationship, trusted that person, turned left instead of right, you offer an explanation without hesitation. A story, neatly told, emotionally satisfying, intellectually plausible. But what if that story came after the decision, not before it? What if the reason you give is not the reason you acted, but a reconstruction, stitched together by your mind, to maintain the illusion of continuity and control? Because the truth is, your brain is not just a decision maker, it's a storyteller, a justification machine, constantly working to turn chaotic impulses into coherent narratives, not to deceive others, but to protect your own sense of self, to preserve the fragile illusion that you are consistent, that you are aware, that you know what you're doing, even when you don't. This phenomenon has been studied, replicated, and revealed across countless psychological experiments. In one now famous study, researchers showed participants identical pairs of faces and asked them to choose which one was more attractive. But after the choice, they secretly swapped the photos, handing the participant the face they didn't choose, and asked them to explain their selection. And time after time, the participants offered elaborate explanations. She has a softer expression. I like the angle of her jaw. There's something kind in her eyes, completely unaware that they were now describing the face they had just rejected. No pause, no confusion, just seamless storytelling. Because the brain doesn't just experience reality, it edits it. It fills in gaps, it rewrites contradictions, it retrofits causes to fit consequences. And in doing so, it keeps you feeling like the author of your life, even when you're just the narrator. And it's not just trivial decisions. It happens in politics, in relationships, in morality. You form an opinion based on a gut reaction, then build rational scaffolding to support it. You feel betrayed, then collect evidence to justify your anger. You sense attraction, then explain it as compatibility. You make a snap judgment, then defend it as deliberation. And all the while, your mind is doing what it was designed to do: reduce dissonance, close gaps, make it make sense. Not because the truth matters, but because coherence does. Because inconsistency feels like a threat. Because the brain treats cognitive dissonance the way the body treats pain, as something to be resolved. So it resolves it with narrative, with reason, with tidy, satisfying stories that feel real because they're emotionally true, even when they're factually invented. And this has consequences. It means you can be wrong, but feel right. You can act out of bias, but call it principle. You can sabotage yourself, but frame it as wisdom. And because the story feels good, it hardens. It resists contradiction. It becomes identity. I've always been this way. That's just who I am. This is what I believe. And once the story becomes identity, it becomes sacred, untouchable. You stop questioning it. You stop updating it. You defend it, not because it's true, but because it's yours. And that's where the justification machine becomes dangerous. Not in its existence, but in its invisibility. Because as long as you believe your stories are truth, you won't see where they came from. You won't notice the emotional seed buried beneath the rational tree. You'll fight to protect a house built on feeling, decorated with logic, and call it your foundation. But this realization doesn't have to unravel you. In fact, it can set you free. Because once you see the machine at work, you can start to hear the difference between story and source. You can ask, what came first, the emotion or the explanation, the choice or the reason? You can pause before the narrative hardens and ask, is this true or just tidy? Is this me or is this a defense? Is this clarity or just coherence? And in that pause, you create space. Space to reflect, to revise, to reframe. You begin to recognize when your mind is working to protect you, when it's building meaning not from fact, but from need. And that awareness doesn't make you weak. It makes you honest. It makes you curious. It makes you capable of evolving. Because the real danger isn't in being wrong. It's in being unwilling to admit it. It's in clinging to the narrative so tightly that you stop growing. But if you can learn to hold your stories loosely, to see them as maps, not territory, you unlock something rare, the ability to rewrite, to unnarrate, to say, I used to believe this, but I see it differently now. To admit that some choices weren't as conscious as you thought, that some beliefs were inherited, that some opinions were reflexes dressed up in rhetoric. And that's not shameful. It's human. It's evolution in real time. So the next time you find yourself justifying a decision, defending a belief, explaining yourself with practiced ease, pause, ask what came first, ask what you're protecting, ask whether the story serves you or just soothes you. Because your brain will always seek coherence. It will always choose a comfortable lie over a disorienting truth. But you don't have to follow it blindly. You can listen. You can investigate. You can interrupt the machine, not to silence it, but to guide it, to steer the story towards something more aligned, more awake, more real. Because in the end, it's not about never justifying. It's about knowing when you're doing it and choosing consciously whether the story you're telling is the one you want to live inside. Free won't. Can you only say no, but not yes? You've been told that freedom means choice, the power to say yes, to act, to pursue, to decide your own path. You picture free will as forward motion, a green light, a blank canvas awaiting your deliberate brushstrokes. But what if that's not where freedom lives? What if the real power isn't in choosing what to do, but in choosing what not to do? In stopping the reflex, resisting the urge, breaking the loop? What if freedom isn't about action but interruption? This is the idea behind free won't, a term coined by neuroscientist Benjamin Libet, who found something strange in the way our brains prepare for movement. In his experiments, participants were told to flex their wrists whenever they wanted, and what he discovered was unsettling. The brain's readiness potential, the neural signal to begin movement, arose before the participant became consciously aware of deciding to move. The decision, it seemed, was already underway before the person noticed it. But there was a twist. Occasionally, participants felt the urge but didn't act on it. They stopped themselves. They overruled the impulse, and Libet proposed something radical. Maybe we don't have full control over our decisions, but we have the ability to veto them, to say no, to withhold, to interrupt the automatic. Maybe that's where real freedom hides, not in choosing freely, but in refusing blindly. And that idea changes everything, because it suggests that the self, the conscious you, might not be the driver, but the editor. Not the one creating each impulse, but the one monitoring them, watching, evaluating, deciding whether to let them play out. And the implications are enormous. It means you might not choose your thoughts, but you can choose which ones to follow. You might not choose your anger, but you can choose whether to act on it. You might not choose your first reaction, but you can shape your second. And in that space between reaction and response lies a kind of freedom that doesn't feel glamorous, but is quietly revolutionary. It's not loud, it's not cinematic. It's the slow, steady discipline of pausing, of interrupting the momentum, of habit, of choosing to do nothing instead of something destructive. And this kind of choice, the choice not to, is often what separates growth from stagnation, peace from chaos, wisdom from reactivity. Think about your own life, the times you wanted to lash out but didn't, the message you almost sent, but deleted, the moment you almost walked away but stayed, or the opposite, the silence you almost let stretch too long before finally speaking. These aren't moments of grand decision-making. They're micro-interruptions, moments when something in you, the observing self, the aware self, chose to say no, not necessarily because it had a better plan, but because it recognized the cost of continuing the current one. And the more you train that muscle, the muscle of inhibition, the more agency you gain, not the power to do whatever you want, whenever you want, but the power to slow the machine, to break the loop, to step outside the autopilot script long enough to ask, is this aligned? Is this necessary? Is this mine? But this isn't easy, because most of what drives you is invisible. You act out of old scripts, out of emotional reflexes, out of narratives built years ago, and often the impulse to act feels indistinguishable from the decision itself. You say, it just happened. I don't know why I did it. I couldn't help myself. And maybe that's partly true, because awareness doesn't come standard. It must be built. It must be trained. And the first step is not in controlling every action, but in noticing the urge, the moment of initiation, the spark before the fire, and asking, just briefly, whether to let it burn. And here's where the science meets the soul. Your brain is full of pre-programmed responses, neural shortcuts, conditioned associations. If X, then Y. But when you practice pausing, when you cultivate free won't, you teach your system to question the equation, to insert a delay, and in that delay, new options emerge, not infinite freedom, but meaningful alternatives. You may not be able to choose every desire, but you can choose how to meet them. You may not stop the emotion, but you can shape the expression. You may not control the first thought, but you can influence what comes next. And that influence grows with repetition, with attention, with grace. You begin to interrupt not just behavior, but belief. Not just reaction, but identity. You become someone who can say no, not to deny life, but to choose it on purpose. This redefines maturity, not as the accumulation of knowledge, but as the cultivation of restraint. The ability to hold a feeling without obeying it, to hold a story without collapsing into it, to hold space between what rises and what unfolds. And that space becomes your true power, not flashy, not always visible, but foundational. Because in that space, you are no longer just the product of programming. You are a participant in its rewriting. You are not just what happens to you. You are what you choose not to continue, what you choose to witness, to release, to stop. And every time you say no to an old pattern, you're saying yes to something new, even if you can't see it yet. So the next time you feel the pull, to speak, to move, to react, to run, pause, not forever, just for a breath. And in that breath, ask not what you want to do, but what you don't. Ask what momentum you're interrupting. Ask what future you're preserving. Ask whether freedom, for you in this moment, means the ability to say yes, or the strength to say no. Because sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is nothing. Not as avoidance, but as mastery. Not as suppression, but as sovereignty. Not as hesitation, but as clarity. The kind that says, I see the impulse, I feel the pull, but I also see the consequence. And I choose not to let this one pass through me. Not because I'm denying myself, but because I finally remembered that the choice not to act is still a choice. Cognitive biases how they hijack rational decision-making. You probably like to think of yourself as a rational person, reasonable, fair, balanced in judgment. You weigh the facts, you examine the evidence, you try not to let emotions cloud your view. You believe that when you make decisions, what to buy, who to trust, which path to follow, you're engaging in a careful act of conscious evaluation. But what if that confidence is part of the problem? What if the very sense that you're being logical is just one more illusion? A trick of the mind to cover up how deeply irrational your decisions actually are? Because lurking beneath every thought, every opinion, every conclusion you draw, there's something most people never see. A minefield of mental shortcuts. Subtle, automatic, relentless. These are cognitive biases, errors in the way your brain processes reality. Not bugs in the system, but features. Not occasional missteps, but persistent patterns. And they don't just warp your thinking, they hijack it, shape it, frame it. They create the illusion of logic where none exists. And the more convinced you are of your objectivity, the more power they have. It starts early, long before you're aware. Your brain is an efficiency machine. It doesn't want to process every detail of the world from scratch, so it learns to predict, to filter, to generalize. And that's where cognitive biases are born. They're the shortcuts your brain uses to navigate uncertainty, to make fast judgments, to simplify complexity. In a dangerous world, they were essential. You couldn't afford to analyze every rustle in the grass. You had to assume threat and run. And today, that same reflex is still in place, even if the stakes have changed. The brain still assumes, still fills in gaps, still chooses speed over accuracy. And it does so invisibly. You don't feel biased, you feel certain. And that's the trap, because the hallmark of bias isn't doubt, it's confidence. The stronger the bias, the less likely you are to see it. Take confirmation bias, the tendency to seek out information that confirms what you already believe and ignore what doesn't. It feels like you're researching. It feels like you're digging for truth. But really, you're building a fortress around your existing beliefs. You click the articles that align with your view. You remember the statistics that support your side. You discount the rest as flawed, biased, irrelevant. And it happens without malice, without awareness. It just feels good to be right. And your brain likes to feel good, or consider anchoring bias, the idea that the first number you hear influences every estimate you make afterward. If someone says a painting is worth $10,000, then asks you what you pay, your guess will be higher than if they'd said $500. You don't realize the number affected you, but it did. It set the frame, and now every thought bends around it. Then there's the availability heuristic, the tendency to judge likelihood based on how easily examples come to mind. You hear about a plane crash and suddenly flying feels unsafe, even though it's statistically far safer than driving. You see a few headlines about crime and start to believe it's rising, even if it's not. Your brain substitutes, can I recall an example for how likely is this really? Because memory feels like truth. But memory is just another bias-ridden process. It favors the vivid, the recent, the emotionally charged. It's edited constantly, rewritten each time it's recalled, and yet it feels like evidence. Biases don't just affect what you think, they affect how you think. There's the Dunning-Kruger effect, the tendency for people with low ability in a domain to overestimate their competence while experts underestimate theirs. The less you know, the more confident you feel. The more you learn, the more you realize how much you don't know. That's why beginners sound so certain and masters sound so unsure. But who do we trust? The confident one, the loud one, the one who doesn't hesitate. Because of another bias, the authority bias. We assume confident people must be correct, and they often aren't. And it gets more personal. The self-serving bias means you credit your successes to skill and your failures to bad luck. When things go well, you feel proud. When they don't, you feel victimized. It protects your ego, sure, but it blinds you to patterns, to growth. Then there's the halo effect. If someone impresses you in one domain, looks, charisma, intelligence, you assume they're competent in others. The attractive job candidate feels more trustworthy. The eloquent speaker feels more ethical. And your mind never tells you it's connecting dots that don't belong together. It just feels right. This happens constantly. In love, politics, finance, friendship. You date someone who reminds you of someone else, and your brain fills in the rest. You distrust someone because of how they look, not because of what they've done. You make snap judgments, then find reasons to support them. And every time you do, you get further from clarity. Because biases don't just influence one thought, they compound, they reinforce, they create feedback loops. You believe X, so you notice evidence of X, so you believe X more strongly, and so on. And soon, you're living inside a mental echo chamber, one that feels entirely rational. But the most dangerous part of cognitive bias isn't that it exists. It's that you believe it doesn't apply to you. You see it in others. You spot it in enemies. You read about it and nod knowingly. But when it's your own thinking, it feels like logic, like reason, like clarity. That's the insidious part. The bias doesn't feel like bias. It feels like being right. And the smarter you are, the better you are at rationalizing, at creating convincing arguments for things you believe for emotional or intuitive reasons. Your intelligence becomes a servant to your bias. Your eloquence becomes a mask. And now you're not just wrong, you're persuasive. So what can you do? You can't erase bias. It's built in. But you can work with it. You can start by doubting your own certainty, by noticing when a belief feels too good, too clean, too obvious. You can ask, what would I believe if the opposite were true? What evidence am I ignoring? What would a person I respect who disagrees with me say? You can invite contradiction. You can welcome friction. Not to destroy your beliefs, but to test their strength, to see if they hold up outside your bubble. Because the goal isn't to be free of bias, it's to be aware of it, to see the machine while you're inside it, and that awareness makes room for humility, for curiosity, for growth. You stop needing to be right all the time. You stop building fortresses and start building bridges. You learn to listen, not just to win, but to understand. You start to notice when your mind is searching for comfort instead of truth, when it's choosing familiarity over accuracy, and you gently steer it back, again and again, not perfectly, but intentionally. And over time, that intention rewires you. It builds habits of thinking that are slower, more reflective, more compassionate. Not less human, but more deeply so, because at the heart of every cognitive bias is a human need to feel safe, to belong, to simplify, to act. These needs aren't flaws. They're beautiful. They're what make us resilient, social, creative, but they also make us vulnerable to shortcuts. And recognizing that isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It's the kind of self-awareness that doesn't make you cold or robotic, but honest. Honest about how hard it is to see clearly. Honest about how often you're wrong. Honest about the fact that even your honesty might be biased. So the next time you feel the pull of certainty, when a belief feels too right, when an argument feels airtight, when someone disagrees and your blood starts to rise, pause. Not because you're wrong, but because you might be. And in that pause, ask yourself, is this truth or just habit? Is this clarity or comfort? Is this logic or just my brain doing what it's always done? Because awareness doesn't eliminate bias, but it gives you a choice, a chance to see, a chance to grow. And that, perhaps, is the most rational thing you can do, the paradox of awareness. The more you observe yourself, the less free you feel. You've been told that self-awareness is the key to freedom, that to know yourself is to master yourself, that the more conscious you become, the more control you gain over your thoughts, your behaviors, your life. So you try to watch. You start noticing your patterns, your triggers, your internal narratives. You try to catch yourself in the act of living, thinking that this act of noticing will lead to clarity. You pause before you speak. You examine your motives. You track your moods, question your desires, analyze your reactions. You become the observer of your own life, and at first, this feels like progress. You're waking up, you're breaking free. But then, something strange happens. The more you observe yourself, the more frozen you begin to feel. You hesitate, you second guess. You lose the ease you once had. The things you used to do effortlessly now feel deliberate, artificial. You can no longer move without narrating your movement. You can't feel without analyzing the feeling. And slowly, you begin to suspect a quiet truth. That your awareness, once liberating, has become a cage. That the more you watch yourself, the less free you feel. This is the paradox of awareness. The more you scrutinize your own experience, the more distant you become from it. It's like watching a movie and suddenly realizing you're watching. The immersion breaks, the spell is gone. You're no longer in it. You're outside, evaluating, dissecting. And that's what happens in your own mind. When you become too conscious of yourself, your spontaneity dries up. You begin to question everything. Did I really want that? Or was I conditioned to? Was that my voice or just a performance? Did I laugh because I felt joy or because I thought I should? And the moment you ask, you're no longer feeling, you're analyzing the feeling. You're no longer choosing, you're questioning the choice. And in that loop, freedom slips away, not because awareness is bad, but because it's begun to dominate. Because the observer has eclipsed the participant. Think of a child playing. There is no observer. There is only motion, only curiosity, only presence. But as we grow, we develop an internal mirror. We become aware of being seen, even when we're alone. And that mirror becomes internalized. You watch yourself from the inside, constantly adjusting to expectations, real or imagined. You begin to perform not just for others, but for the version of yourself that's watching. And this performance is subtle. You smile the smile you think fits your role. You say the words that align with the image you've built. You feel guilt not for what you did, but for how it appears in the mirror. And slowly, the mirror becomes your reality. You don't act. You self-monitor. You don't decide. You deliberate. And the freedom you thought you'd find in self-awareness begins to feel like paralysis, like surveillance. Even in spiritual practices, the same trap appears. Meditation, mindfulness, inner work, all designed to cultivate awareness. And they do. But taken too far, they can turn life into a lab experiment. You observe every thought, you label every feeling, you detach, you breathe, you witness. And in doing so, you start to lose contact with the rawness of being human, with the chaos, the mess, the warmth of unfiltered emotion. You can become so good at noticing that you forget how to live. You replace judgment with detachment, but you also replace vitality with distance. You become a spectator to your own existence, calm, composed, and quietly disconnected. And you wonder, is this what awakening feels like? Is this what I was chasing? But it's not just a spiritual problem, it's also psychological. In therapy, you may begin to see the roots of your behavior. You trace your anger back to your father, your avoidance back to your mother, your insecurity to that one moment in 6th grade. And it's powerful. It gives you language, maps, insight. But then what? You know why you do what you do, but you still do it. You catch yourself mid-pattern and narrate it. Ah, there's my abandonment wound again. But the awareness doesn't dissolve the wound. It just spotlights it. And sometimes that spotlight keeps it alive. Because now, instead of reacting blindly, you react with knowledge. But knowledge isn't the same as freedom. Sometimes it's just a clearer description of the trap. And yet, awareness isn't the enemy. The enemy is imbalance. When the observer dominates, the actor suffocates. When every thought is dissected, no thought can breathe. When every feeling is labeled, none can move through. And the answer isn't to turn awareness off, it's to rebalance it. To let the observer step back and allow experience to lead again. To trust yourself enough to move without explanation. To speak without scripting. To feel without framing. Because true awareness doesn't mean constant analysis. It means flexible attention. the ability to zoom in and out, to observe when necessary, and then return to the moment, fully, freely. So what does that look like? It looks like noticing the self-monitoring voice and choosing not to follow it. It looks like dancing without checking how you look, laughing without wondering if it's genuine, speaking without rehearsing the tone. It looks like letting go of the question, why am I like this, and living the answer instead. It means accepting that not everything needs to be understood to be real, that some parts of you are meant to be felt, not studied. That clarity doesn't always precede action. Sometimes action brings clarity. It also means embracing your contradictions, because the more you observe, the more contradictions you'll find. You'll love and resent the same person. You'll want and fear the same thing. You'll act against your values, then regret it. And if you expect perfect coherence, you'll feel broken. But if you expect complexity, you'll feel alive. Because freedom isn't the absence of contradiction. It's the ability to move through it without getting stuck. And that requires you to loosen your grip on self-definition, to let go of needing every part of you to agree, to trust that the you who acts can be trusted, even if the you who observes doesn't fully understand. So where does that leave awareness? Not as a villain, not as a savior, but as a tool. A flashlight, not a cage. It helps you see, but you weren't meant to live in the beam. You were meant to walk through the dark, sometimes guided, sometimes stumbling, always in motion. Awareness should support movement, not replace it. It should help you notice when you've strayed, but not punish you for forgetting. It should give you options, not indecision. It should offer you choice, not endless self-questioning. And maybe that's the real paradox resolved. That awareness alone doesn't set you free, but awareness in balance with embodiment, with presence, with trust, that's where freedom begins. When you can see yourself and still act. When you can understand your pattern and still risk something new. When you can feel the watcher and still choose to dance. Not because you've solved yourself, but because you've stopped needing to. So the next time you catch yourself watching, when the voice of awareness rises and tries to take control, don't fight it, but don't obey it blindly either. Smile at it. Thank it for its care. Then, step forward anyway, speak anyway, feel anyway, live anyway. Because life is not a thesis, it's not a solved equation, it's a moment unfolding. And sometimes, the most aware thing you can do is to let go and be in it. The prison of habits, how automatic behaviors steal freedom. You imagine your life as a series of choices, tiny, deliberate acts of free will strung together like pearls on a string. You wake up and choose to get out of bed. You choose what to wear, what to eat, who to talk to, how to think, how to speak. You imagine that each of these decisions arises fresh from your inner will, that you are, at every moment, actively steering your life. But if you slow down and really look, you begin to notice something unsettling. Most of what you do, you've done before. You brush your teeth in the same pattern. You check your phone the same way. You respond to people with the same phrases, the same tones, the same gestures. You wake up in the same mental climate, think the same types of thoughts, feel the same flavors of emotion. And these repetitions aren't random, they're habits. Automated routines so deeply embedded in your nervous system that they run without permission. You are not deciding. You are executing. You are not living moment to moment. You are playing a loop, and the more you zoom in, the more you see it. The architecture of your life is built on reflex, on repetition. And this realization opens a terrifying door. Because if so much of what you do is habitual, then how free are you really? This is the prison of habits. Not the big addictions, not the glaring compulsions, but the subtle grooves etched into your daily existence. The ways you start conversations, the way you walk into rooms, the posture you take when criticized, the stories you tell about yourself, the sequence of thoughts that unfurl when you feel ignored or praised. These aren't fresh decisions. They're pre-scripted routines, copied, pasted, replayed. They save time, They save energy, they make life manageable, but they also steal something quietly, something precious, your aliveness. Because habit is efficient, but it's also unconscious. And you can't be fully alive in a script you didn't write. The more you rely on habits, the less you respond to life. You react, you rerun, you exist, but you don't participate. And, worst of all, you call this freedom, because it feels smooth, familiar, comfortable, but comfort is not freedom. It is just the absence of friction. And friction is where choice lives. It's not that habits are evil. They're necessary. You couldn't function without them. Imagine having to relearn how to tie your shoes or speak a sentence every day. Habits create stability. They reduce cognitive load. They make complex actions automatic. But the problem is when they become invisible, when they stop serving you and you start serving them, when the thing you once chose begins choosing for you, when what was once a helpful shortcut becomes a compulsory path. You don't drink coffee because you're tired. You drink it because your body expects it. You don't scroll because you're interested. You scroll because your thumb knows the pattern. You don't snap at your partner because they crossed a line. You snap because that's how your nervous system learned to defend itself. And all of this happens faster than thought. The habit fires. The behavior follows. And the story comes after, trying to make it all sound reasonable. And the brain is complicit in this because it loves automation. It rewards predictability. It sees repetition as safety. Every time you repeat a behavior, your neural pathways strengthen. The signal becomes clearer. The resistance lowers. And the next time, it feels even more natural, even more you. And this is the most dangerous part of habits. They don't just shape your behavior. They shape your identity. You don't just check your phone. You become the kind of person who's always available. You don't just avoid confrontation. You become someone who's easygoing. You don't just overwork. You become a driven person. And slowly, the habit isn't just something you do. It becomes who you are. But it's not. It's just what you've rehearsed. And what you've rehearsed can be unlearned. But unlearning is hard. Not because habits are immovable, but because they're invisible. You don't question the way you put your keys down, the way you start a fight, the way you check out of your own life when discomfort rises. These things feel natural, but they are not nature. They are training. And to break free, you have to first see the training. You have to name it. Pause in the middle of it. Interrupt the momentum. And that pause is brutal. Because it brings discomfort, uncertainty, the need to choose when before you were just running a script. And choosing, real choosing, is terrifying. Because now you're responsible. Now you're awake. Now you can't hide behind, that's just how I am. And this is where most people turn back. They try to change, feel the friction, and retreat into the loop. Not because they're lazy, but because the loop feels like home. Even if it's painful, even if it's toxic, even if it's slowly killing their dreams. Because the brain prefers a familiar prison to an unfamiliar path. And so, you stay. You stay in relationships that echo your past. You stay in jobs that numb you. You stay in mindsets that shrink you. Not because they're good, but because they're known. Because they fit the mold your habits built. And every time you comply, the prison gets stronger. The walls get smoother. The door's harder to see. But there's hope. Because just as habits are built, they can be unbuilt. Just as grooves deepen with repetition, they can fade with disuse. The key is not force, it's awareness. You don't fight a habit, you reveal it. You catch it in the act. You slow it down. You ask, what is this really serving? Is this who I want to be? Is this mine or inherited? You bring consciousness to the unconscious, and that act alone begins to crack the walls. Not instantly, but consistently. You start to shift. You speak a different phrase. You pause before reacting. You try a new route, and it feels clunky, fake, wrong. That's how you know it's working. Because freedom isn't smooth at first. It's awkward. It's uncertain. It's unfamiliar. But in that discomfort, something sacred grows. Choice. The real kind. The kind you can feel in your bones. And over time, the new pattern becomes natural. The unfamiliar becomes your new rhythm. Not because you found a better cage, but because you've remembered how to walk without rails. And this is the true gift of breaking habits. Not just new behavior, but new being. A self that is built, not inherited. A life that is created, not repeated. You begin to notice how often you were absent from your own existence. How many moments you missed simply because you weren't there. You were running a pattern. And now you're stepping in, not perfectly, not always, but more often, more fully. And that's what liberation looks like. Not constant novelty, but conscious repetition. Not rejecting routine, but reclaiming authorship over it. So the next time you find yourself on autopilot, saying the thing you always say, reaching for the thing you always reach for, pause. Just long enough to ask, is this habit still serving me, or am I serving it? And if the answer stings, don't run. Don't shame, just breathe. Watch the loop. Watch the urge. Watch the justification. And then try something different. Anything. Because even a small deviation is a crack in the wall. A whisper of rebellion. A sign that the prisoner has remembered the door. And that, perhaps, is the first true act of freedom. Not the grand escape, but the simple decision to stop walking the same circle and step, however awkwardly, into the unknown. Environmental conditioning. How your past shapes every choice. You wake up each day believing you are the one making the decisions. You think of yourself as a self-contained mind, a thinking, feeling, choosing entity, drawing conclusions based on logic, values, or gut instinct. You like to think your choices are yours, unique, personal, free. But look deeper, and you'll begin to see the long shadows of your environment. Not just the room you're in or the job you have, but the entire history that brought you here. The family you were born into, the tone of voice your parents used, the way your teachers rewarded compliance, the subtle messages you absorbed from movies, billboards, religions, playgrounds, and empty dinner tables. These things didn't just shape what you believe, they shaped what you even notice, what you consider, what feels like an option, and what doesn't. You think you're choosing freely, but in truth, you're selecting from a menu that was handed to you long before you could read it. And the person handing it to you was shaped by their own. This is environmental conditioning, not as a conspiracy, but as a quiet fact of being human. From the moment you opened your eyes, you were learning. Not through conscious study, but through exposure, repetition, imitation. You learned how to ask for love. What earned praise, what got punished, whether it was safe to speak, whether mistakes were fatal or forgivable, whether emotions were allowed or feared. You learned what it meant to succeed, what failure looked like, who belonged, who didn't. You learned which parts of you were welcomed and which ones needed to be hidden. And this learning wasn't presented as conditioning. It was presented as normal, as truth, as the way the world is. And so you absorbed it, not just into your thoughts, but into your body, into your posture, your breath, your reflexes. You didn't just learn a worldview, you became it. And now, as an adult, you make choices. You choose relationships, careers, ideologies. You choose how to spend your time, what to fear, what to chase. But those choices are built on preferences, and those preferences are shaped by conditioning. You say you like solitude, but is that because you value it, or because connection felt dangerous growing up? You say you want success, but is that because it aligns with your values, or because you were taught that achievement is the only way to feel worthy? You say you're not creative, but is that true, or did someone teach you to be quiet? You say you're independent, but is that strength or armor? You say you don't trust people, but was that your conclusion or your inheritance? And the trickiest part, conditioning doesn't feel like influence, it feels like identity. You don't hear your parents' voices anymore. You hear your own. You don't remember the classroom rules. You just feel uneasy when you break them. You don't recall the moment you learned to shrink. You just think you're introverted. You don't feel manipulated. You feel like you're just being yourself. But who taught you who that self is? Who showed you what was acceptable, admirable, lovable? Who decided what was you and what wasn't? And how many times did you comply, not because you wanted to, but because it was safer? This doesn't mean you're a puppet. It means you're porous. It means that, like everyone, you were shaped, mapped, programmed. And unless you revisit that programming, you'll confuse it with personality. You'll spend your life acting out someone else's template, believing it's your destiny. You'll recreate the dynamics of your childhood in your relationships. You'll chase the approval you never got. You'll avoid the risks you weren't allowed to take. You'll internalize the limits you were taught. And you'll call it fate. But it's not fate. It's familiarity. It's the nervous system choosing what it recognizes, even if what it recognizes is unhealthy. Because what's familiar feels safe, even if it's killing you. You return to the same arguments, the same disappointments, the same fears, not because you want to, but because your system was wired for them, because they are home. And change feels like exile. Healing feels like betrayal. Choosing differently feels like danger. So how do you break free? You begin by tracing your patterns, not with blame, but with curiosity. You ask, where did I learn this? Who modeled it? When did it begin? What did it protect me from? What did it cost? You stop asking, what's wrong with me? And start asking, what was I adapting to? You look at your fears and ask whose voice they carry. You look at your shame and ask who planted it. You look at your longings and ask who told you they were too much. And in doing so, you begin to separate the conditioning from the core, and that's where choice is born. Not in the moment of decision, but in the awareness that precedes it. You can't choose freely from a script you don't realize you're reading. But once you see the script, you can start to rewrite. You can begin to feel the difference between preference and programming, between authenticity and adaptation, between what you truly want and what you were trained to want. And that distinction is subtle, it's slow, it requires stillness, honesty, sometimes grief. Because letting go of conditioning also means letting go of the identity it built, the version of you who survived, who succeeded, who kept things safe. And you may love that version. You may owe them your life, but you don't owe them your future, because you're allowed to outgrow your training. You're allowed to want things your past self never imagined. You're allowed to challenge the values you were raised with, to question your loyalties, to say, this belief got me here, but it won't get me there. You're allowed to walk away from inherited stories, from definitions of love that feel like control, from definitions of strength that feel like silence, from identities that feel like armor. And in doing so, you don't become someone else. You become someone deeper, someone underneath, someone original. But don't expect this to feel freeing. At first, it may feel like disorientation, like floating without a map, like not knowing who you are anymore, because conditioning, while limiting, is also comforting. It tells you what to do, what to expect, who to be. Without it, there's uncertainty, ambiguity, possibility. And possibility is terrifying because it demands responsibility. You can no longer blame your parents, your school, your ex, your culture. Once you see the pattern, you're responsible for the loop. And that's the price of freedom. Accountability. The willingness to say, I didn't choose this, but now I must. And so freedom becomes a practice, not a destination, not a moment of insight, but a daily act of noticing. Is this mine? Or is this borrowed? Am I acting from choice or from training? Am I honoring my truth or repeating someone else's? You won't always get it right. Sometimes the old path will feel easier, safer, but with each honest pause, each mindful question, each risked deviation, you reclaim a little more space, a little more breath, a little more self. So the next time you catch yourself in a decision that feels automatic, pause, ask, who taught me this was the way? Whose rules am I following? What am I afraid will happen if I choose differently? And then, even if just a little, step off the path. Not to rebel, but to return, to yourself, to the place beneath the noise, the part of you that was never trained, only buried. The part that is not a product of environment, but a response to it. Alive, aware, becoming, and maybe for the first time, choosing. Hyper-agency bias. Why you overestimate your control over events. You walk through life believing you are the cause, the initiator, the one who made it happen. You get a job, and you say it's because of your hard work. You fall in love, and you call it fate, crafted by timing and your own charisma. You experience a lucky break, and somewhere inside, you whisper that maybe you deserved it. And when things fall apart, you look back and trace the missteps, certain that if you had just done this or avoided that, the outcome would have been different. You analyze, you strategize, you rewind the tape and narrate your failures and victories through the lens of personal control. Because that illusion that you are steering the ship, that the universe responds to your input, that you are the center from which events unfold, is deeply comforting. It makes the chaos manageable. It gives the world shape. But beneath that comfort lies a bias so pervasive, so baked into your perception, that you rarely notice it's there. This is hyper-agency bias, the tendency to overestimate your influence over outcomes, to see intention where there is randomness, and to weave a thread of control through a fabric woven largely by chance. And this bias starts early. As children, we are wired to believe we are the cause of what we experience. When something good happens, we think we earned it. When something bad happens, we wonder if we caused it. This is why children blame themselves for their parents' divorce, or think their anger summoned a storm. It's not just magical thinking, it's neurological economy. The brain seeks patterns. It needs causality. It wants to know what leads to what, so it can predict, avoid pain, and repeat pleasure. And when it can't find a cause, it invents one. Because randomness is terrifying. Powerlessness is intolerable. So we create stories of control. And these stories harden into beliefs. We start to think that outcomes are the result of our actions, our thoughts, our energy, our vibrations, that we can manifest success or illness, that our intentions shape reality more than they do, that we are the author of events that, in truth, had many unseen hands. And our culture reinforces this. We celebrate hustle culture, personal branding, mindset is everything, philosophies. We reward people who say they make their own luck. We idolize those who claim they manifested their lives from vision boards. We read biographies that trace neat lines from intention to result, ignoring the privilege, the randomness, the invisible factors that made those outcomes possible. And we internalize this mythology. We begin to believe that if we aren't succeeding, it must be because we're doing something wrong. We must be blocking the flow, misaligned with the universe, not high vibe enough. And in this way, hyper-agency bias becomes not just a perceptual distortion, but a spiritual burden. It makes you responsible for things far beyond your control. And it shames you for the moments when reality doesn't bend to your will. But it doesn't end there. Because hyper-agency doesn't just influence how you view your own life, it affects how you judge others. When someone is suffering, you wonder what they did to attract it. When someone is poor, you assume they must not be working hard enough. When someone is lonely, you quietly suspect they're doing something wrong. Because if you admit that bad things can happen to good people for no reason, then your own sense of safety is threatened. If life is random, then no amount of control can protect you. So instead, you tell yourself that people get what they give, that the universe is fair, that everything happens for a reason, and in doing so, you reinforce the illusion of control, not just for yourself, but as a worldview, as a lens through which to sanitize the chaos. And yet, this illusion has a cost, because when things don't go as planned, you don't just feel disappointment, you feel failure, shame, self-blame. You think, I should have known, or I must have attracted this, or I sabotaged myself. You collapse under the weight of responsibility for things that were never yours to carry. The illness, the accident, the missed opportunity, the relationship that unraveled. You analyze every move, searching for the point of collapse, thinking that if you find it, you can reverse it. But life doesn't work like that. Some things just happen, not because of you, not to punish you, not to teach you a lesson, just because they do. Because there are millions of variables outside your influence. Because chaos exists. Because the world is not a mirror. It's a maze. And sometimes things fall apart without your help. But here's the paradox. Even though hyper-agency is a distortion, it's also a survival mechanism. Believing you have control gives you motivation. It helps you persist. It keeps you engaged. People who believe their actions matter tend to try harder, recover faster, live longer. The illusion has benefits. It's not all bad, but it becomes toxic when it's absolute, when it doesn't allow space for randomness, when it turns every failure into a moral judgment, when it turns every success into an ego trap, when it blinds you to luck, timing, privilege, and the collective forces that shape all of our lives. And the only way to break that cycle is not to abandon responsibility, but to hold it more honestly, to recognize where your power ends, to accept that influence is not ownership, that effort is not omnipotence, that you can do everything right and still lose, that you can make mistakes and still win, that life is not a formula and you are not the sole ingredient. This shift is humbling. It breaks the fantasy of total authorship, but it also brings relief, because once you stop believing you're responsible for everything, you can begin to focus on what is actually yours, your values, your actions, your boundaries, your responses. You can let go of the need to control outcomes and instead show up fully in the process. You can release the pressure to manifest the perfect life and instead live an honest one. You can stop interpreting every setback as a sign and every success as a reward. And you can begin to see other people with more compassion, not as flawed creators of their own misery, but as fellow humans navigating a storm they didn't summon. And in that shared humility, something beautiful emerges. Not powerlessness, but presence. Not defeat, but alignment. You begin to see control not as something you need over life, but something you cultivate within it. The ability to respond, to adapt, to choose meaning when certainty is impossible. You begin to make peace with the fact that you are one thread in a vast, mysterious web, that your actions matter, but they are not all that matters, that your intentions shape reality, but they do not define it, and that surrender is not weakness, but wisdom. So the next time something doesn't go your way, when the plan fails, the door closes, the thing you thought you controlled slips through, your fingers pause, not to blame, not to overanalyze, but to breathe. To remember that you are not a god, not a failure, not the cause of every outcome. You are a participant, a co-creator, a dancer with the unknown. And your freedom doesn't come from mastering the dance. It comes from showing up anyway, feet uncertain, heart open, trusting that even if you don't control the music, you can still move to it with grace. The two-stage model of free will, a dance between chance and choice. You've heard the debate 100 times. Do we have free will, or is everything determined? Are our choices truly ours, or just illusions produced by brain chemistry, upbringing, and unseen variables? Some say everything is caused, traceable, inevitable. Others say randomness at the quantum level might save us from that fate. But randomness isn't freedom either. It's chaos. So where does that leave us? Are we puppets of causality, or dice thrown by the universe? The two-stage model of free will offers a third option, a middle path, a strange kind of dance between chance and choice. It suggests that perhaps the first step in decision-making is chaotic, open, full of possibilities. And the second step is selective, deliberate, discerning. In other words, the options may appear by accident, but the choice among them is not. This idea doesn't reject determinism outright, nor does it lean fully into indeterminism. It says, maybe both are true. Maybe your freedom isn't found in the absence of structure, but in the moment you respond to it. And the more you examine this model, the more you realize it's not just a philosophical idea. It's a mirror held up to how your mind already works, even if you've never named it. Think about the last time you made a real decision. Not a routine one, but a moment of pause, of inner tug of war. Maybe you were debating whether to leave a job, to say the difficult thing, to take the risk. Before the decision solidified, didn't you feel a kind of swirl, a cloud of options rising in your awareness? Some ideas you dismissed immediately, others lingered. A few felt like noise. One eventually felt right. But where did those initial options come from? You didn't author them consciously. They emerged, popped into awareness like bubbles. That's stage 1, generation. Possibilities, forming without your will, drawn from memory, emotion, association, randomness. Then comes stage 2, evaluation. You weigh, reflect, filter, prioritize. That's where your agency lives, not in the ideas that arise, but in how you respond to them. You may not control what occurs to you, but you control what you say yes to. And that space, however narrow, might be the only sliver of true freedom you ever get. But it's enough. This model doesn't claim that you're a blank slate. It accepts that you are a system, shaped by biology, environment, history. It knows that your thoughts are not summoned from a void, but from patterns. But it also insists that within that system is a self-aware process, a kind of inner jury, a mechanism that says, not this, maybe that, yes, this. That mechanism might be influenced by everything that came before, but influence is not destiny. Guidance is not control. And in that small act of selection, something meaningful happens. You don't escape the system, but you participate in it. You don't become unconditioned, but you begin to condition the conditioning. You start to notice your own tendencies. You feel the pull of fear, and you say no. You feel the call of curiosity, and you say yes. And each yes and no, over time, becomes your trajectory. Not because you authored the universe, but because you navigated within it. Neuroscience adds a strange layer to this. Libet's famous experiments showed that the brain begins preparing for action before we become consciously aware of deciding. Critics of free will took this as proof that decisions are made unconsciously, and our awareness is just an afterthought. But Libet noticed something else too, a veto. Even after the readiness potential began, participants could stop the action. They could inhibit the impulse. They could say no. And that veto, the power to reject, might be the second stage, the conscious gatekeeper, the one who doesn't initiate the stream, but who decides what passes through. This doesn't make you an omnipotent agent, but it makes you something more than a passive vessel. It makes you a collaborator with the forces inside you. Not their creator, but their filter, their sculptor. And philosophically, the implications are rich, because it reframes what freedom even means. Maybe freedom isn't the ability to conjure any thought or action from nowhere. Maybe it's the ability to choose meaningfully from what arises, to reflect, to aim, to resist impulse, to choose one future over another, to influence the unfolding. This doesn't give you infinite control, but it gives you dignity, responsibility, creativity. You are not the source of the river, but you are the one who builds the dam, who channels the flow, who decides what overflows and what holds. And maybe that's enough. But this model also humbles us, because it reminds us that so much of what we think is choice is just stage 1, just noise, just options bubbling up from old patterns, from cultural programming, from mood, from chemicals. And if you don't engage the second stage, if you don't pause, reflect, discern, you're not really choosing, you're reacting. You're letting the first draft become the final script. And this is where many people stop. They feel the impulse and act. They feel the desire and obey. And then they call it choice. But choice without reflection is just dressed up instinct. And instinct isn't freedom, it's automation. So the real invitation of the two-stage model is not to claim freedom as a given, but to practice it as a discipline, to recognize that the first stage is not you. It's the background noise of a mind alive with suggestion. The second stage is where you become visible, not in what arises, but in what you allow, what you support, what you cultivate. And this practice is quiet, often invisible. It's the breath before the reply. the delay before the purchase, the second thought that overrides the first. And each time you choose consciously, you reshape the field. The next time, different options arise. Stage 1 evolves, because Stage 2 mattered. And this loop of chance feeding choice, and choice reshaping chance, is the real dance. It's where agency lives, not in domination, but in dialogue. And this reframes morality too. It reminds us that people are not blank agents, but neither are they hopeless machines. It invites compassion without excusing harm, accountability without absolutism. It asks us to consider not just what someone did, but what options they perceived, what awareness they had, what capacity they engaged. And it challenges us to increase our own capacity, not by pretending we're free of influence, but by learning to work with it, to become better selectors, better filters, to build lives not from scratch, but from the raw materials we've inherited, and to slowly, carefully shape something new. So the next time you feel torn between impulse and reflection, between noise and signal, pause, recognize the stages, ask yourself, what just arose, and what do I want to do with it? That moment is the point of power, not glamorous, not dramatic, just a small pivot, a quiet gate, and over time, those small pivots become a path, a way of living, a signature, not because you controlled everything, but because you responded with care, because you engaged the second stage. And in doing so, you didn't escape causality, but you made it your own. The fear of randomness. Why humans invent. Free will to feel safe. You want to believe that your life makes sense, that there's a reason things happen the way they do, that events unfold according to some hidden logic, divine, karmic, psychological, or at the very least, personal. You want to believe that your actions matter, that your choices shape your path, that you are the central thread weaving through all the chaos. And so you reach for the idea of free will, not just as a metaphysical concept, but as an emotional anchor, because without it, things get dark. Without it, you're not the writer of your story, you're a passenger. Without it, success might just be luck, failure, just bad weather, tragedy, a coin flip. And somewhere deep in the core of your mind, that randomness feels like a threat, not just to meaning, but to safety. Because if anything can happen, for no reason, at any time, then what keeps you safe? What protects your children? What guards your dreams? What's the point of trying if effort can be trumped by chance? So rather than face that void, you build a story, a scaffolding. You say, I am free, I am in control, I choose. Not because it's proven, but because it's comforting, because it keeps the terror of randomness at bay. This isn't weakness, it's adaptation. Your brain is a pattern-detecting machine. It evolved to spot causes, to see connections, to make predictions. It's better to see a predator that isn't there than to miss one that is. So you're built to assign meaning, even when none exists. A rustle in the bushes becomes a threat. A lucky guess becomes intuition. A coincidence becomes destiny. And over time, this pattern seeking becomes not just a survival tactic, but a worldview. You begin to think that everything happens for a reason, that the universe has intentions, that your thoughts can attract outcomes, that pain has purpose, that blessings are earned. And this belief system gives you structure. It gives you hope. It makes life feel fair, even when it isn't. Because the alternative, that things just happen, is almost too much to bear. Consider what randomness really means. It means a child can get sick for no reason. It means a car can veer off the road and take a life without warning. It means a job can be lost, a love can be unreciprocated, a dream can fail, not because of you, but because of timing, chance, entropy. It means that effort doesn't always lead to reward, that virtue doesn't always bring peace, that sometimes things fall apart without a lesson, that the world is not obligated to be legible. And when you really let that in, something shakes. The floor beneath your feet shifts, because now you must ask, if I'm not in control, how do I live? How do I plan? How do I trust? How do I love in a world where I might lose everything for no reason at all? So you fight that fear with stories. You create narratives to give events meaning. You say the breakup taught you something, that the illness was a wake-up call, that the failure was redirection, and sometimes that's true. You grow, you adapt, you assign value, but sometimes it's just coping. Sometimes things are just what they are, and still, you try to make them personal, because randomness is impersonal, and being at the mercy of something impersonal feels like annihilation. So you personalize the cosmos, you anthropomorphize the universe, you imagine it noticing you, rewarding you, teaching you. You imagine you're the protagonist, and everything that happens is part of your arc. Because otherwise, what are you? But here's the irony: the more random life feels, the more we cling to the illusion of will. Studies show that people under stress, financial, emotional, existential, are more likely to believe in fate, in destiny, in divine plans, because certainty soothes, purpose pacifies. Even suffering becomes tolerable when we believe it's for something. And so, we install meaning like a firewall. We say, everything happens for a reason, not because it's empirically true, but because it keeps us sane. It keeps us moving. And maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe the illusion of control is a necessary myth. Maybe it's the scaffolding that lets us build lives in a storm. But it comes with a cost, because when you overestimate your control, you overassume responsibility. You start to believe that everything that happens to you is your fault, that your suffering is punishment, that your trauma is a lesson, that your lack of progress means you're not manifesting correctly. And that belief breeds shame, anxiety, perfectionism. It isolates you, because now you can't grieve randomness. You can only blame yourself for it. You can't cry out against chaos. You must pretend it's order. And in doing so, you disconnect from reality, from compassion, from the messy, uncontrollable, unexplainable truth of being human. But what if you let that go? What if you allowed for randomness? What if you accepted that not everything happens for a reason, but everything happens? That some things hurt without healing you, that some losses aren't gifts, that some moments are just unfair. And yet, you go on. Not because the pain was purposeful, but because you are. You bring the meaning. You decide what to do next. And that, perhaps, is the real freedom. Not the power to prevent chaos, but the courage to stand inside it and still respond with integrity, with love, with presence. Because randomness isn't the enemy. It's the condition of life. It's what makes freedom possible in the first place. If everything were determined, you wouldn't be able to change. If everything were predictable, nothing would surprise you. If outcomes were always fair, you'd never have to develop grace. Randomness gives life its edge, its beauty, its vulnerability, and yes, its terror. But also, its wonder, the unexpected kindness, the unsought redemption, the mystery that defies logic. These are gifts you don't earn, but they arrive anyway, not as rewards, as reminders that even in a random world, meaning is not given, it's created. So maybe you don't need to believe you control everything. Maybe you don't need the universe to obey your affirmations. Maybe you can face the fact that sometimes you are just in the wrong place at the wrong time and still choose to be kind, to be brave, to continue. Because freedom isn't the absence of randomness. It's how you meet it. Not with denial, but with awareness. Not with superstition, but with responsibility. Not with shame, but with compassion. So the next time something unexplainable happens, when the plan collapses, when the pain hits, when the good or bad arrives without apparent cause, don't rush to frame it. Don't trap it in a story. Sit with it. Let it be what it is. Let it remind you that not everything is about you, but that you still matter. That you may not shape every wave, but you do shape how you surf. And that maybe, in the face of randomness, the most radical act of free will is not pretending you're in charge, but choosing how to love, how to hope, and how to live anyway. The mirror test of consciousness. Do you really know who's in control? You look into a mirror and you see yourself, or at least that's what you tell yourself. You recognize the eyes, the shape of your face, the familiar tilt of your head. You wave and the reflection waves back. You smile, and it echoes. It feels effortless, natural. A moment so simple it's almost forgettable. But underneath that fleeting glance lies one of the deepest questions a human mind can ask. Who is the one looking? Who is the one being seen? And are they the same? The mirror test, originally designed to assess self-awareness in animals, is deceptively straightforward. Place a mark on the subject's body, ideally somewhere they can't see without aid, and then show them a mirror. If they touch the mark on themselves rather than on the reflection, they are said to have passed. They recognize the image not as another creature, but as the self. Chimps, dolphins, elephants, magpies, even some ants have passed this test. But humans, we pass it so early, so effortlessly, that we forget how astonishing it is. We forget that seeing ourselves and knowing that it is me in the glass is not a given. It's a leap, a spark of something strange and recursive, a mind aware of its own presence, a subject that can make itself into an object. But what does that awareness mean? And does it actually give you control? Because self-awareness isn't control, it's exposure. It's a mirror held up not just to your face, but to your thoughts, your habits, your contradictions. You observe yourself making a choice, but did you choose it? You hear yourself speak, but did you plan it? You notice your mood shift, but did you cause it? The more you observe your own behavior, the more you realize how much of it happens before observation. You react, you feel, you act, and only then do you notice. Awareness comes after, and when it does, it wraps the behavior in meaning, in identity. That's just how I am. I guess I'm the kind of person who, but is that true? Or is it just the brain scrambling to weave a narrative from something it didn't initiate? Is the mirror really a window to control, or just a trick of the light? We like to believe that consciousness is the pilot of the mind, that the self sits in a seat somewhere behind the eyes, steering the machinery of thought and action. But experiment after experiment reveals a different picture. Libet's readiness, potential, Gazzaniga's split-brain narratives, predictive processing models, all point to a strange conclusion, that much of what we experience as conscious decision-making is actually post hoc narration, that the self doesn't initiate, it interprets, that what you call control is often recognition dressed up in agency. You act, and then you explain. You feel, and then you justify. You move, and then you build the illusion of having chosen to move. And the mirror plays along, because it reflects whatever you bring to it. If you see control, it confirms. If you see coherence, it agrees. But what if the mirror lies? Or maybe the mirror doesn't lie, it just reflects only what can be seen. It shows the surface, not the source. It shows the gesture, not the impulse. It shows the body, not the storm beneath it. And when you believe that what you see is all there is, you miss the truth, that control isn't in the mirror. It's in the space before the mirror, in the invisible dance of intention, instinct, memory, and prediction that shapes your every moment. The mirror test tells us whether a being can recognize itself, but it doesn't tell us whether that self is unified, whether it is in charge, whether it is stable, and it certainly doesn't tell us whether the one looking into the mirror has any idea what it's actually seeing, because recognition is not understanding. A dog may not pass the mirror test, but it can sense fear. A child may touch the mark on her forehead, but still believe that wishes bend the laws of nature. And you, fully grown and self-aware, may look into the glass, say that's me, and still not know who or what that me really is. Are you your thoughts, your memories, your values, your habits? Are you the voice narrating your life, or the silence behind the voice? And if you change, if you lose your memory, shift your values, break your patterns, are you still you? The mirror can't answer that. It only reflects the current version. And yet, we crave the certainty it offers. We use mirrors not just for grooming, but for grounding, for reassurance. We look to see if we're okay, if we still exist, if we still match the image we carry inside. And when the reflection doesn't match, when the aging, the grief, the guilt shows, we flinch, not because the mirror is cruel, but because it is honest. Brutally, silently honest. And in that honesty, we are confronted with a truth we try to avoid, that we are always changing, that the self we see is a snapshot, not a statue. That control, if it exists, is not about freezing the image, but about dancing with its movement. About engaging with the self not as a fixed identity, but as a living process. And maybe that's the deeper mirror test. Not whether we recognize the self, but whether we accept its instability, whether we can look into the glass and say, "This is me, for now." Whether we can observe our own mind without rushing to label it, fix it, judge it. Whether we can admit that we don't fully understand the thing we live inside. And maybe we don't have to. Maybe control isn't the goal, maybe clarity is, maybe presence is. Maybe freedom is not the ability to command the self, but the courage to be with it, to witness it, to work with it gently. Because the one looking in the mirror is not always the one making decisions. Sometimes the decision is already made. Sometimes the mood is already shifted. Sometimes the body is already moving. But the mirror still invites you to see, to participate, to notice, to ask, if I am not entirely in control, can I still show up? If I am not the author, can I still edit the script? If I am not one unified mind, can I still live with intention? And the answer, quietly, is yes. Not because you're in charge, but because you're aware. Because awareness opens the door to influence, to compassion, to change. Because even if the train is moving, you can choose which window to look out of. Even if the orchestra is playing, you can choose how to listen. Even if the self is fragmented, mysterious, unstable, you can choose to meet it with kindness. So the next time you find yourself staring into the mirror, not just to check your reflection, but to find your footing, pause. Look deeper. Not into the face, but behind it. Not into the eyes, but through them. Ask, who is watching? Who is being watched? And is there really a difference? Because maybe the point isn't to find a final answer. Maybe the point is to keep asking, to keep noticing, to keep remembering that the self is not an object in the mirror. It is the act of looking. And in that looking, moment by moment, breath by breath, you are not in control, but you are alive. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. The role of genetics. How much of you was pre-written in your DNA? You wake up each morning with the sense that you're steering your life, that your thoughts, your desires, your choices arise freshly from within, that who you are today is the result of what you've learned, what you've overcome, what you've decided. But hidden beneath all that growth and narrative lies a quieter truth, one that existed before you formed your first memory, before your first word, before your first breath. It is your DNA. Your biological script, a code you didn't choose, can't change, and in many ways don't even understand. It doesn't just govern your eye color or your height. It whispers into every cell of your body. It speaks to your temperament, your emotional baseline, your cognitive style, your susceptibility to fear or addiction or joy. It sets the parameters of your biology before you have a say in anything at all. And the deeper science digs, the more unsettling the picture becomes, because for every trait you thought you earned, every behavior you thought you chose, there may be a thread of genetic wiring underneath, guiding, shaping, limiting. And so the question emerges, how much of you was already written? And if your script was sketched in molecular ink long before you ever held the pen, how free have you ever truly been? The genome is not fate, but it is architecture, a blueprint composed of 4 letters, ATCG, repeated 3 billion times, forming a code that builds you from scratch. Within this code are genes, segments, that produce proteins, regulate growth, guide neural development. These genes interact with each other, with hormones, with external stimuli. They don't shout, they whisper. They don't command, they influence. They create tendencies, not certainties. But those tendencies matter. Identical twins raised in different environments still show startling similarities in personality, intelligence, even political leanings. Introversion, aggression, optimism, empathy, all show genetic components. You are not a blank canvas, learning everything from experience. You are a shaped canvas, with grooves and textures and patterns already in place, before the first brushstroke. And the more we learn about behavioral genetics, the more we see the outline of something humbling. That much of your internal life, the way you process stress, seek novelty, form habits, is not fully yours. It is inherited, passed down, preloaded. But don't mistake determinism for destiny. Your DNA is not a dictator. It's a set of probabilities, a range of possible expressions. It may push you toward impulsivity, but whether you gamble or climb mountains or start businesses depends on everything else: your environment, your upbringing, your context. Genetics loads the gun, but environment pulls the trigger, or doesn't. And in that space between tendency and action lies a crucial sliver of freedom. A place where awareness can intervene, where you can notice the urge, name the pattern, rewrite the ending. But make no mistake, your biology is in the room. When you feel anxious without cause, when you struggle to focus, when you crave validation or novelty or control, it may not be weakness, it may be wiring. And recognizing that isn't defeatist, it's clarity, because acknowledging genetic influence doesn't erase responsibility, it refines it. It reminds you that not all challenges are chosen, that not all failures are moral, that sometimes people are climbing uphill from birth. And that changes how we view each other. The addict, the socially withdrawn, the compulsively competitive, the easily discouraged. These aren't just character flaws. They are, often, phenotypes, expressions of genes in context. And that means compassion matters. That means policy matters. That means help, structure, design, all matter. You don't blame someone for their nearsightedness. Why would you blame them for low serotonin reuptake or amygdala hypersensitivity? And if this feels like a threat to freedom, maybe it's because we've misunderstood freedom. Maybe it's not about being unshaped. Maybe it's about being conscious within the shaping. Because your DNA didn't write your story. It set the stage. It built the theater. But you still choose the play. The script changes with experience. Genes can be turned on and off. Epigenetics shows that trauma can mark DNA, and so can healing. You can inherit a nervous system built for survival and teach it how to rest. You can inherit a mind wired for vigilance and teach it how to trust. You can be born with a body prone to addiction and build a life of discipline and peace. The script is flexible, and the actor is not helpless. But the actor is also not all-powerful. And maybe that's the tension you must learn to hold. That you are neither fully free nor fully fixed. That you are not the sole author, but you are a co-writer. This changes how you view self-improvement. It's not about overriding biology. It's about understanding it, working with it, knowing when to push and when to accommodate. If you're naturally distractible, maybe your path isn't to become stoic, but to structure your environment for flow. If you're emotionally sensitive, maybe your goal isn't to toughen up, but to find contexts that value depth. Strength isn't sameness. Growth isn't always a fight against your nature. Sometimes it's an embrace, a collaboration, an invitation to become fully yourself, not in spite of your code, but in concert with it. And this reframes identity too. You are not just your choices. You are your limitations, your leanings, your inherited rhythms. And that's not shameful. It's beautiful, because it means you belong to a lineage, to a story older than you. You carry the songs of your ancestors in your blood. The fears, the drives, the reflexes shaped by evolution across millennia. Your hunger for sugar, your aversion to risk, your attraction to symmetry. None of it is random. It's biology playing out in the theater of time. And yet within that performance, you improvise. You make decisions. You form meaning. You build rituals and relationships and inner codes that no gene can predict. And that's the miracle, that you are both written and writing, that you are both programmed and programming. So the next time you judge yourself harshly for what you crave, for what you struggle to change, for what you don't understand, pause. Ask, could this be part of the code? Could this be something I didn't choose? And if so, how do I meet it? With blame, or with curiosity? With shame, or with compassion? Because the more you understand your biology, the more you reclaim your power. Not by pretending it doesn't matter, but by seeing clearly how much it does and still choosing to act, to shape, to care. Because in the end, freedom isn't about being unwritten. It's about knowing what was written and deciding what happens next. Social scripts. Are you just playing a role society wrote for you? You wake up each day believing you are being yourself, that the thoughts you think, the words you say, the decisions you make, all spring from something uniquely you. You imagine you are living your life according to your values, your instincts, your vision of who you are and what matters. But stop and look closely, and you may begin to notice something strange. How much of what you call you is actually a performance? How often your words feel like lines in a play you didn't write? How your gestures match a character you didn't consciously create? How your life unfolds, not like an improvised journey, but like a tightly directed scene from a familiar story. And if you look even closer, you may realize you're not the writer of that story. You inherited it, absorbed it, memorized it. It was handed to you by your parents, your teachers, your culture, your religion, your social media feed. A silent script whispered into your mind from the moment you were born, teaching you how to dress, how to behave, what to want, and what to fear. And so, the question arises, are you truly living, or just performing? Are you expressing your essence, or playing a role society wrote for you long before you even knew you were on stage? From childhood, we're taught how to play our part. We're rewarded for following the script and corrected when we go off script. That's not how a girl sits. Boys don't cry. Don't talk back to adults. Always be polite. Work hard and you'll succeed. Marriage is the goal. Respect your elders. These aren't just rules, they're roles, frameworks, templates of how to be. And at first, they serve a purpose. They give structure, belonging, predictability, a way to navigate the social world without constant recalibration. But as we grow, the script grows too. It branches into different genres depending on who you are. If you're a man, the lines emphasize strength, stoicism, success. If you're a woman, they lean toward beauty, softness, compliance. If you're from a marginalized group, the script often includes lines about silence, about gratitude for being included, about staying safe. If you're privileged, your script tells you you're entitled to space, voice, importance. These roles are not chosen, they are inherited, and they are rehearsed for so long that they begin to feel natural. You forget you're acting. You think this is just who you are. But here's the thing about scripts. They are designed for the audience, not for the actor. They aim to maintain order, not authenticity. And so, you smile when you don't feel joy. You say, "I'm fine," when your heart is breaking. You pursue goals you don't believe in because they match the character you've been cast to play. You chase promotions, marriages, achievements. Not because they fulfill you, but because they look good on paper. They fit the role. And the more applause you get, the harder it becomes to walk off stage. You begin to equate performance with identity. You believe that if you stop playing the role, you will stop being someone at all. So you stay in character, even when it hurts and the pain is real. Because deep inside, there's often a quiet voice asking, is this really me? A subtle discomfort, a restlessness, a sense that you are out of alignment with yourself, but you dismiss it, suppress it, because questioning the script means threatening your place in the story. It risks alienation, judgment, disruption. You worry that if you deviate, if you say what you really think, love who you really love, follow what truly excites you, you'll be seen as selfish, Weird, disloyal, dramatic. So you keep rehearsing. You edit your desires. You soften your boundaries. You laugh at jokes you don't find funny. You suppress your rage, your grief, your dreams. You smile your way through a life that fits the role, but not the soul. And the scariest part? Society rewards you for this. You get praised for being agreeable, for being hardworking, for doing the right thing. You get followers, promotions, likes. You get married at the right time, have kids at the right time, buy the house, climb the ladder. You play your part so well that everyone believes it, including you. And yet, something feels off. You feel a kind of quiet numbness, a sense of sleepwalking. You wonder why success doesn't feel like satisfaction, why love doesn't feel like intimacy, why freedom feels exhausting. And slowly, you begin to suspect that maybe the role isn't the problem. Maybe the entire play is, because roles aren't inherently bad. We need them. They help us function. But problems arise when the role becomes a cage, when it stops being a tool and starts being a trap, when the performance becomes compulsory. And this happens when we forget that we're allowed to rewrite the script, that the lines are not laws, that identity is not fixed, that just because you've played the same part for decades doesn't mean you're not allowed to pivot, to improvise, to change genres entirely. You are. But rewriting the script is terrifying, because to step off the stage is to step into uncertainty. It means risking the comfort of predictability. It means disappointing people, losing status, facing silence. It means asking yourself questions that have no easy answers. Who am I without my job, without my relationship, without my persona? It means learning to hear your own voice beneath the noise, and that voice is often shaky. It hasn't spoken in years, but it's there. It's always been there. And when you start listening, you start noticing where you've been acting, noticing what drains you, noticing what lights you up. You start to realize that some of your preferences were actually conditioning, that your taste in partners, in careers, in lifestyle may have been inherited, not chosen, that your boundaries, or lack thereof, were taught, not felt. And in this noticing, something radical happens. You begin to reclaim authorship. You start to write new lines, awkwardly at first, but honestly. You begin to say no without guilt, to say yes without performance, to rest without justification, to cry without apology, to dream without shame. You stop performing a life and start living one. But this isn't a one-time shift. It's a lifelong process, because the scripts are everywhere. They're in the ads you see, the movies you watch, the roles people assign you, the way people react when you stop conforming. You'll be tempted to go back, to shrink, to fit. But each time you choose truth over applause, alignment over acceptance, you strengthen the real self, the one that existed before the script, the one that doesn't need a role to be valid, the one that's messy, complex, and fully alive. And maybe that's the real goal, not to be completely unscripted, but to become a conscious actor, to choose your lines, to know when you're playing a role and when you're not, to wear masks when needed, but never forget the face beneath, to bow out of performances that no longer fit, to write new scenes, to cast yourself in new stories, not for the audience, but for the truth of who you are. So the next time you feel yourself shrinking to fit the frame, repeating lines that don't feel true, laughing when you want to scream, pause. Ask, who wrote this? Whose voice is this? Whose approval am I seeking? And what would it sound like to say something else, something unscripted, something real? Because that, perhaps, is the truest form of freedom. Not the absence of roles, but the ability to choose which ones you play, and to know deep in your bones that you were never just a character in a story. You were always the author. Neuroplasticity and free will. Can you rewire your own destiny? You were told your brain is who you are, that its folds and pathways, its cells and synapses are the machinery of your mind, that if you want to know yourself, truly know yourself, you must look inward at this grey, gelatinous mass and accept its authority. For years, neuroscience backed this belief. Your brain was seen as hardware, fixed after childhood, wired early by genes and shaped by youth, unchangeable in adulthood, inflexible in identity. And so we grew up believing that if your brain made you anxious, you'd always be anxious. If it made you impulsive, or distracted, or depressed, then that was simply your lot. It wasn't your fault, but it was your fate. And quietly, without us noticing, this belief stripped away something essential: hope. The idea that we could change, not just superficially, not just in behavior, but deeply, structurally, neurologically, was dismissed as fantasy. But then came a revolution. A quiet shift in understanding that upended everything we thought we knew about the human mind. And it started with one word: neuroplasticity. The idea that the brain is not fixed, but flexible, that it can change its own architecture, that it can grow, adapt, rewire. And with that revelation came a new and deeper question. If your brain can change, then so can you. And if you can change your brain, then what exactly is destiny? Neuroplasticity is not a metaphor, it's a biological fact. It means that the structure of your brain, its networks, pathways, even its physical volume, can be altered by experience, by thought, by intention. London cab drivers develop larger hippocampi, the area linked to spatial navigation. Violinists show enlarged cortical representation in the fingers of their left hands. Victims of trauma develop hyperactive fear circuits. Meditators strengthen the anterior cingulate cortex, associated with attention and emotional regulation. Your experiences don't just pass through your brain, they carve into it. And this carving continues throughout life. You are not stuck with the neural patterns you were born with, or the ones you developed under stress, pain, or repetition. Every thought you think, every behavior you repeat, every emotional pattern you entertain is either deepening an old groove or beginning a new one. You are sculpting the very instrument through which you experience life. And that means your brain is not a sentence, it is a canvas. But rewiring is not easy, because your current brain wasn't designed. It was trained, shaped by years of reinforcement. If you've repeated a certain pattern for decades, catastrophizing, avoiding, people-pleasing, numbing, those pathways are deep, efficient, automatic. Your brain believes it's helping you by running those scripts. They feel natural, not because they're right, but because they're familiar. And breaking them means more than learning new behaviors. It means tolerating discomfort, facing resistance, sitting with the urge to retreat, to lash out, to self-sabotage, and choosing something else, again and again. And at first, it feels fake, like you're acting. But over time, those new circuits strengthen. The new you begins to emerge, not as a persona layered over the old one, but as a structural transformation beneath it. And this is where neuroplasticity meets free will, because plasticity gives you the potential, but will is the hand that shapes it. The brain doesn't rewire on its own. It requires engagement, repetition, intention. It requires that you choose new actions even when they feel awkward, that you think new thoughts even when they feel untrue, that you direct your attention again and again toward the future you want to inhabit. And this is hard. Not just because change is slow, but because your old brain fights it. It wants comfort, efficiency, predictability. It interprets effort as danger, and so it resists. Not maliciously, but biologically. And this is why so many people give up. Not because they lack discipline, but because they don't realize they're in a neurological tug of war. They think their struggle means they're failing, when really it means they're rewiring. And what's at stake is more than mood or productivity. What's at stake is identity. Because if your thoughts, your reactions, your emotional patterns are all neuroplastic, and they are, then your self is not fixed. It's a pattern of firing, a rhythm of activation, and that pattern can be reshaped. You can become more compassionate, more focused, more courageous, not through magic, but through practice, through attention, through repetition. You can build a new self not by destroying the old one, but by updating the wiring that animates it. And in doing so, you don't just change how you feel, you change what you believe is possible. This also reframes healing. Trauma is plasticity gone wrong. It's the brain adapting to survive, by shrinking, by avoiding, by hypervigilance. But healing is also plastic. It's the slow reteaching of safety, of connection, of trust. Therapy, meditation, journaling, movement. These aren't soft tools. They are neurobiological interventions. They reshape circuits. They change blood flow. They shift patterns of activation. And the most powerful ones do something more. They reintroduce agency. They remind you that you are not just a passenger in your own mind. You are an architect, a sculptor, a co-creator of your own inner terrain. But this power comes with responsibility. Because if you can rewire your brain for presence, for peace, for joy, then you can also rewire it for stress, distraction, outrage. And many do. They train their brains to seek stimulation, to chase validation, to fear silence. Social media platforms are literally built to exploit plasticity, to hijack your reward system, to addict your attention. Algorithms know your brain better than you do, and if you're not careful, your wiring won't reflect your values, it will reflect your consumption. You'll wake up one day realizing your brain has become a mirror of your feed, that your thoughts are not your own, that your reactions are not chosen. And this too is plasticity. It doesn't care what you build, it just builds. And so the question isn't whether you're being shaped, you are. The question is, by what? And by whom? Are you allowing the world to wire you? Or are you choosing to wire yourself? Are you scrolling your brain into numbness or reading it into depth? Are you feeding it sugar and noise or stillness and complexity? Are you reinforcing your fears or your courage? Because every moment is an input. Every repetition is a vote. Every act of attention is a sculptor's chisel. And this brings us back to free will. Not as a metaphysical abstraction, but as a practical force. You may not have chosen your starting point, your genes, your childhood, your first wiring. But you can choose your direction, your habits, your focus, your actions, and those choices, repeated, become structure, character, identity, not because they transcend biology, but because they collaborate with it, because they harness the brain's plastic nature to build something new, something chosen. So the next time you feel stuck, in a pattern, in a mood, in a version of yourself you don't recognize, pause, breathe. Remember that this moment is not fixed, that your brain is listening, that your neurons are still learning, that plasticity hasn't expired. And then act. Small, awkward, humble. Speak the new sentence. Choose the different path. Sit in the silence you once avoided. Each act is a signal, a spark, a microscopic shift. But over time, these shifts accumulate. They become scaffolding. They become transformation. They become the self you thought was out of reach. Because in the end, neuroplasticity is more than science. It's permission. Permission to change, to try again. To believe that you are not limited by your past. That you are not doomed by your default settings. That destiny is not something that happens to you. It's something you shape, one synapse at a time. Free will in Eastern philosophy. The ego as the grand illusion. You were raised to believe that there is a you, a solid, central, consistent self, a commander at the helm of your mind, a decision maker behind your eyes. Every action you take, every word you speak, every path you follow, you believe begins with you. And the West has long echoed that belief. From the Enlightenment thinkers who enshrined reason and agency, to modern psychology's obsession with identity and autonomy, the story has been the same. You are the center. You choose. You control. You are free. But the East tells a different story, one far older, one more disorienting. It whispers that what you call you is not what you think it is, that the self you trust, defend and obey, the inner narrator who claims authorship over your life, is not the source of your freedom, but the root of your illusion. And that as long as you believe in that self, as long as you identify with its stories, its attachments, its fears, you will never be free. Because you are not the one choosing. You are the one clinging to the illusion that there is someone choosing at all. Eastern philosophy, especially in traditions like Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, and Zen, dismantles the Western notion of a fixed, autonomous self. It begins with a radical assertion that the ego, the I who thinks, wants, fears, and acts, is not a permanent entity, but a mental construction, a habit of perception, a set of reflexive thoughts mistaken for substance. In Hindu Vedanta, the individual self, jiva, is seen as a fleeting ripple in the ocean of Brahman, the ultimate, indivisible reality. In Buddhism, the self is described as anatta, non-self, an impermanent, ever-shifting bundle of sensations, thoughts, and perceptions. And in Taoism, the idea of a separate self is replaced with the image of flow, wu wei, the effortless unfolding of nature, where action happens through you, not from you. These teachings are not metaphor. They are ontological claims about the nature of being. They tell you that what you think is real, the decision-making I, is a mirage, a thought that keeps thinking itself, a mask mistaken for the face, and this changes everything. Because if the ego is not real, if it is just a process, not a person, then who is the one with free will? Who is the one making choices? Eastern traditions suggest no one, or perhaps more gently, there is no one who owns the doing. There is only doing. Walking happens, breathing happens, thinking happens, choosing happens, but no chooser can be found. Just as waves arise and fall without a separate wave maker, so too do your actions arise from the interplay of causes and conditions. Karma, habit, biology, environment, awareness. There is movement, but no mover, intention, but no intender. And the idea that you are the author of your life is just one more story the mind tells to make sense of the mystery. This doesn't mean you're powerless. It means the power is not personal. It is not located in a fictional self. It is in the dance of life itself, in the unfolding of reality through you, not from you. And to see this clearly is not a detachment from life, but a deeper intimacy with it. Because when the ego drops, what remains is presence. Not the effort to control life, but the capacity to witness it, participate in it, harmonize with it. In Zen, they call this no mind, mushin, a state where action flows without the interruption of self-consciousness, where the archer draws the bow and releases the arrow without a thought of success or failure, identity or image. Where the dancer becomes the dance, where life lives itself through you. But the ego resists this. It clings to authorship, to story. It says, I did this. This is my success. That was my failure. It divides the world into subject and object, self and other, good and bad, control and chaos. And this division creates suffering. Because it places the self at odds with the flow of life, it demands that life conform to the self's preferences, and when it doesn't, it panics, it grasps, it strategizes, it blames. And this is where the illusion of free will becomes a prison. Because the more you believe you are the one in charge, the more you feel responsible for outcomes beyond your control. The more you believe that you must constantly choose, the more you live in tension, fear, and guilt. And the more you miss the beauty of what is already unfolding, perfectly, without your interference. Eastern paths do not ask you to stop acting. They ask you to see clearly that action does not require an actor. That choice can happen without a chooser. That freedom is not something you achieve. It's what remains when the illusion of control dissolves. When the ego drops away, there is still decision. But it is spontaneous, responsive, natural, like water flowing around a rock, like wind adjusting to the shape of a valley. And in that state, you don't lose yourself. You return to what you were before the idea of yourself took hold. Meditation is one path to this seeing, not to control the mind, but to observe it until the observer and the observed collapse into silence. To notice that thoughts arise on their own, that you do not summon them, that awareness exists before the thought of I, and in that gap, between thought and awareness, freedom lives, not as dominance but as surrender, not as assertion, but as openness. And when you live from that openness, life becomes less about forcing outcomes and more about aligning with the way things move. Less about conquest, more about compassion. Less about proving, more about participating. And this has profound ethical implications. Because when you realize that others are also caught in their own scripts, trapped in their own illusions of self, you judge less. You see that their cruelty is their confusion, that their greed is their grasping at security, that their pride is fear in disguise. And you see the same in yourself, your own need to be right, to be seen, to be separate. And instead of fighting it, you begin to soften, to watch, to allow. And in that allowing, transformation begins, not as effort, but as unfolding. So does this mean free will is dead? Not exactly. It means the will is not who you think it is. It is not the ego. It is not the narrator. It is not the voice in your head claiming ownership. The real freedom lies deeper, in awareness itself, in the spaciousness before identity arises, in the stillness that allows the mind to move without getting caught. And when you live from that stillness, you don't become passive. You become precise. You act not out of compulsion, but clarity, not out of ego, but alignment, not to prove, but to serve. So the next time you catch yourself thinking, I should be better, I should do more, I should have known, pause. Ask, who is speaking? Who is the I behind that thought? Is it the true self, or just the voice of habit, of fear, of conditioning? And what happens if you don't believe it? If you simply breathe and return to presence, you may find that the action still arises, that the word still comes, that the decision still happens, but without the weight of identity, without the pressure of performance, without the illusion of control. And maybe that's the deepest freedom of all, not to do whatever you want, but to no longer be ruled by the one who wants, to no longer mistake the mask for the face, to no longer grip the steering wheel of a car that's already moving, and instead to look out the window, see the road, feel the wind, and know that even though you're not in charge, you are exactly where you're meant to be. The myth of the blank slate. You were never truly free to begin with. You've been told a lie, a beautiful, flattering, culturally comforting lie, that you came into this world as a blank slate, that your mind, your preferences, your values were empty pages waiting to be filled by your choices, your experiences, your will, that you were born neutral, untouched by history, genetics, or predisposition, that the story of who you are would be written only after you arrived. By your own hand, this belief, deeply embedded in Western thought, paints you as an autonomous agent, capable of becoming anything, free to define yourself without constraint. It's a seductive idea, one that promises limitless growth, perfect accountability, and total freedom. But it is an illusion, because the truth is, you were never blank. You were never free in the way you thought. Long before you made your first choice, your brain had already begun forming patterns. Long before you spoke your first word, your nervous system had already internalized the world. You were born with biases, with tendencies, with wiring. And what you call freedom today might simply be the shadow of your inherited constraints. From the moment of conception, your fate was already being drafted. Your DNA, half from one parent, half from another, carried with it generations of encoded information. Not just physical traits, but psychological predispositions. A propensity for anxiety, a sensitivity to dopamine, a heightened reactivity to stress. You were already leaning towards certain emotions, certain reflexes, certain perceptions of reality. Even in the womb, your experience was not passive. Sounds, chemicals, maternal stress levels, all began shaping your development. And when you were born, you entered not into a vacuum, but into a world already rich with narrative, expectation, and design. A culture, a family, a language, a belief system. And these didn't just influence you, they formed you. Your brain, still forming, absorbed patterns like a sponge. how to behave, what to desire, what to fear. The idea that you chose your values ignores the fact that you were shown them before you could think, that you were rewarded for conformity, before you knew what freedom meant. By the time you were old enough to think you were choosing, the parameters of choice were already set. The music you liked, the friends you made, the beliefs you held, all filtered through a lens shaped by the first years of your life. Evolution didn't give you an open mind. It gave you a mind optimized for survival, pattern-seeking, threat-sensitive, tribal. Your brain evolved not to explore truth freely, but to reinforce what keeps you safe and included. And inclusion often means internalizing group norms. So you adopted roles, beliefs, and behaviors not because they were true, but because they were reinforced, because they helped you survive, because they earned you love, or at least less rejection. And this learning happened long before you realized you were learning. This isn't a condemnation. It's biology. It's sociology. It's how humans develop. But it means the story we tell about blank slates, about endless potential unbound, by origin, is a myth. It means we have to let go of the fantasy that people become who they want to be, that criminals are just bad choosers, that the poor just didn't work hard enough, that your success is purely the result of your brilliance or grit. Because if we're honest, we'll see that so much of what we call self was handed to us, preloaded, pre-shaped. The slate wasn't blank, it was branded. But here's where the nuance lives. The slate isn't carved in stone. It can be rewritten, but not without effort, not without awareness, and not without cost. To change yourself, truly change, you must first recognize what was written without your consent, what was installed before you had a chance to agree or resist. You must identify the voices in your head that are not yours, the reflexes that serve old systems, the fears that were never meant for your actual life. And this is excruciating, because it means seeing how much of your behavior is recycled, how much of your identity is performance, how much of your desire is inheritance. And it means facing the grief of autonomy lost, the realization that your most sacred stories, who you are, what you value, what you're capable of, may be more echo than truth. But there's power in that realization too, because once you name the myth, you can stop living inside it. Once you see the writing on your slate, you can begin to erase, to edit, to add your own lines. It will be slow, imperfect, partial, but real. Because while you can't control your wiring, you can influence it. While you can't erase your past, you can choose how to relate to it. While you can't be born blank, you can die rewritten. And that is not just a philosophical hope, it's a neurological reality. Your brain is plastic, your mind is malleable, your patterns can be challenged. Not in one grand transformation, but in the quiet, persistent act of waking up, again and again, to the scripts you're still following. This also reframes how we see others. If people are not blank slates, then their behavior is not simply their fault, it is their formation. That doesn't erase accountability, but it demands empathy. It means we judge less and inquire more. Not what's wrong with you, but what happened to you? Not, why did you choose this? But, who showed you this was the way? And that shift, from judgment to curiosity, is what makes change possible. Because people don't change through shame, they change through insight, through relationship, through the slow unlearning of what was written too early to be questioned. So what does this mean for free will? It means we must redefine it. Free will is not the power to choose anything at any time. It is the ability to recognize the limits of your conditioning and to move, however slightly, beyond them. It is not absolute choice. It is conscious participation. It is the difference between living on autopilot and choosing to grab the wheel, even if the road is narrow, even if the tires are old, even if your hands shake. Freedom is not being blank. It is being brave enough to confront what's been written and to write something better. So the next time you feel stuck, like you can't change, can't evolve, can't escape the loop, pause. Ask yourself, Whose voice is this? Who gave me this belief? Who wrote this fear? And what if I didn't have to keep it? What if freedom isn't about becoming someone else, but about returning to the part of me that was never conditioned? The silent observer beneath the slate. The witness behind the script. The part that watches the writing without being defined by it. Because maybe the slate was never meant to be blank. Maybe it was meant to be rewritten, not in isolation, but in awareness. Not in rebellion, but in awakening. Not by denying where you come from, but by choosing with each new breath where you go from here. The paradox of addiction. When choices feel like compulsions. You think you're making a choice. You tell yourself, this is the last time. You look at the cigarette, the drink, the app, the person, the pattern, and you say, I'm doing this because I want to. You frame it as agency, as autonomy. You call it stress relief, or routine, or fun. But underneath the surface, beneath the justifications and the rehearsed self-talk, something darker whispers. Not just desire, but demand. Not just preference, but pull. A sensation that bypasses thought, that hijacks intention, that bends at willpower into surrender before you've even realized a decision has been made. And in that moment, choice becomes a ghost. Because you didn't choose, not really. You reacted, you obeyed, you followed a well-worn groove in the mind so familiar it felt like your own voice. And this is the paradox of addiction. It dresses itself in the costume of freedom. It mimics desire. It convinces you that you are in control, even as it tightens its grip. And it doesn't need a needle or a bottle to work. It can hide in a notification, in a thought loop, in the comfort of another person's validation, in the scrolling, the spending, the silence. Anything repeated enough can become a cage that looks like a door. Addiction is not simply excess. It is not pleasure taken too far. It is a pattern that begins to operate without consent. A behavior that once felt voluntary, but now feels inevitable. At first, it offers relief, a rush, an escape. It soothes the edge of something painful, boredom, loneliness, emptiness, fear. It works, until it doesn't. Until the relief becomes fleeting and the cost begins to rise. Until the craving persists, not because it brings joy, but because its absence brings pain. You no longer want the thing, you want to stop wanting it. But the wanting won't listen, it loops, it returns. And with it, shame, the quiet self-judgment, the inner monologue that says, you should know better. You're weak. What's wrong with you? But addiction isn't about weakness. It's about wiring, about repetition, about a brain that has learned through experience that this path, however damaging, is predictable. And the brain craves predictability more than peace, more than happiness, because what is familiar feels safe, even when it's slowly killing you. Neurologically, addiction rewires the brain's reward system. It amplifies the anticipation of reward while dulling the actual pleasure. It trains your mind to obsess before, numb during, and regret after. Dopamine, the neurotransmitter of motivation, not satisfaction, surges not when you receive the thing, but when you anticipate it. This is why craving is more powerful than consumption. Why you keep going back even when the experience itself no longer delivers. It's not about the high, it's about the loop, the ritual, the illusion of control wrapped around a deeper loss of it. And this loop, repeated often enough, begins to erode identity. You start to define yourself by your failure to resist. You start to believe that your compulsions are your character, that your urges are your essence, that your choices define your limits. But here's the truth. Addiction doesn't mean you're broken. It means you're human. It means you've developed a relationship with a stimulus that your brain has overvalued. And breaking that relationship is not a matter of willpower. It's a matter of awareness, of replacing judgment with curiosity, of shifting the question from, why can't I stop, to, what is this doing for me? Every addiction serves a function. It fills a space, masks a wound, offers a rhythm in a life that feels chaotic. And until you see that function clearly, The behavior will persist, even if the substance changes. This is why people trade addictions. The drink for the gym, the app for the work, the person for the food. The pattern moves, but the pain remains. Because addiction is not about the object. It's about the mechanism, the structure, the part of you that is trying desperately to feel something other than what you're feeling. And this brings us back to the illusion of choice. Because most people think of addiction as a series of bad decisions, as a moral failure. But that framework ignores everything we now know about the mind, about trauma, about habit, about reinforcement. If you grew up in chaos, your nervous system may have learned to seek intensity. If you experience neglect, your brain may chase dopamine as a stand-in for connection. If you were rewarded for self-erasure, you may seek numbness over presence. And none of this is conscious. It is adaptation. It is survival. It is your brain doing the best it can with what it was given. And the behaviors that once kept you afloat now hold you underwater. But you are not helpless. The same brain that learned to crave can learn to release. The same loops that bound you can be unraveled, not instantly, not painlessly, but through consistent, compassionate attention, through interrupting the pattern, through noticing the urge without obeying it, through asking each time, what am I really seeking right now? Not the thing, but the feeling beneath it, the calm, the safety, the relief. And then finding other ways to meet that need. Healthier ways, slower ways, ways that don't leave a residue of shame in their wake. Recovery is not a straight line. It is not a sudden awakening. It is a messy, non-linear, often invisible process. It is marked not by the absence of craving, but by the presence of choice in the midst of craving, by the growing space between urge and action, by the moments you pause, breathe, decide, slip, begin again. And each time you begin again, you weaken the loop, you strengthen the witness, the part of you that can observe without reacting, that can want without following, that can remember that you are not the craving, you are the container for it. And here's where the paradox flips. The path to freedom lies not in suppressing the compulsion, but in understanding it, in seeing it not as an enemy, but as a signal, a messenger, a distorted cry for help. And when you treat it that way, when you stop fighting yourself and start listening, you begin to reclaim your will. Not the illusion of control, but the slow, steady cultivation of agency. The kind that can say no, not because it should, but because it wants to. Because it has remembered another way of being. So the next time you catch yourself reaching for the phone, the drink, the thought, the loop, pause, not to resist, but to see. Ask yourself, what am I trying not to feel? What am I hoping this will fix? And then, without shame, bring that question into the light. Because every addictive act is a doorway. Not into weakness, but into knowing, into healing, into the part of you that still believes, even through the haze, that freedom is possible. And it is. But it begins, always, with the willingness to see that what you've been calling a choice might not have been one, and the courage to begin choosing anyway. Determinism in physics. Does quantum randomness save free will? You grow up with the unspoken assumption that you are in charge, that your life is a series of choices, some good, some regrettable, but all yours. You pick a career, you fall in love. You stay silent when you should have spoken, or speak when you should have stayed silent, and afterward, whether with pride or regret, you say, that was me. The sense of authorship is so familiar, so automatic, that you rarely question it. But if you zoom out, far beyond the personal, into the realm of physics, of particles and forces, you begin to see how fragile that assumption really is. Because the deeper we've looked into the fabric of the universe, the stranger the story has become. And for centuries, physics told a version of reality that left no room for free will at all. A clockwork universe, a grand machine. One where every moment was the direct, inevitable consequence of the moment before. where, if you had perfect information about the position and velocity of every particle, you could calculate the future exactly, as surely as adding numbers on a page. This is determinism. And in that world, you are not a chooser, you are a consequence. Classical mechanics, the physics of Newton and Laplace, paints the universe as a giant causal chain. Every atom, every planet, every neuron follows rules. Gravity, momentum, energy conservation. These laws are exact, predictable, and if everything follows these laws, then so do you. Your brain, your decisions, your identity. They are all just configurations of matter in motion, obeying equations. You don't choose your thoughts. Your neurons fire because previous neurons fired. You don't choose your emotions. They emerge from chemical states, shaped by inputs. In this view, freedom is an illusion. You feel free only because you're not aware of the causes. But those causes are real. They stretch back infinitely. Before your birth, before your parents, before Earth cooled from molten rock. And if this story is true, then your sense of agency, your sense of being a decider, is just your consciousness catching up to what physics already wrote. But then something happened. We looked closer, smaller, past the atom, into the subatomic world, and what we found there shattered our neat mechanical picture. At the quantum level, particles don't behave predictably. They don't even exist in fixed states until observed. An electron is not here or there. It's a probability, a waveform, and its position, momentum, even its identity, collapses into being only when measured. This isn't just weird, it's fundamental. It's not that we lack information, it's that the universe itself refuses to be pinned down. And suddenly, the rigid determinism of classical physics started to dissolve. In its place came a kind of cosmic ambiguity. A universe made not of certainties, but of possibilities. This quantum randomness gave some philosophers hope. Maybe, they said, this is where free will lives. Maybe, at the edge of uncertainty, where a particle's behavior can't be predicted, choice can enter. Not as a ghost in the machine, but as a gentle push, a bias in the probability. Maybe your will isn't about overriding physics, but about shaping which outcome unfolds when multiple are possible. In this view, freedom isn't a rejection of causality, it's an emergence from complexity, a statistical tilt, a nudge in the noise, and for a moment, it feels like a rescue. Like physics has left a crack in the machine, just wide enough for the soul to slip through. But then comes the counterpoint. Randomness isn't freedom either. If your choices are determined, you are a machine. But if they are random, you are a dice roll. Neither is agency, neither is meaning. If your decision to forgive someone, or quit your job, or fall in love is the product of quantum fluctuation, is it really yours? Or is it just noise wearing a crown? For free will to mean something, it must be neither deterministic nor random. It must be responsive, coherent. It must arise from you, not from mechanical laws and not from chance. And so the question remains, where, in the architecture of reality, is there room for you, not the body, not the brain, but the experiencer, the one who feels the tug of desire and still says no, the one who contemplates, who reflects, who chooses not the default, but the difficult. Some turn to complexity science for an answer. They say yes, the components are deterministic or random, but their interaction produces emergent phenomena. Just as temperature emerges from the movement of molecules, so might consciousness emerge from neurons, and maybe will emerges from consciousness. Maybe choice is a real thing, but not reducible to physics. It's not in the particles, it's in the patterns. This is where modern physics becomes philosophical, because physics, at its core, is descriptive. It tells us what things do, not why they matter. It explains how electrons behave, not what it feels like to choose, and the subjective experience of choosing, the inner tension, the weighing of options, the awareness of alternatives, is data that physics doesn't yet touch. It's easy to dismiss this as illusion, but illusion is still experience, and experience, for now is the one thing we cannot reduce. We can measure the brain lighting up, but not the ache of regret. We can measure muscle movement, but not the moment of hesitation before it. We can describe the world's mechanics, but not the self who asks, "What now?" And maybe that's the point. Maybe physics doesn't eliminate free will, but reveals its context, that your will is not metaphysical, but conditional. Shaped by forces, yes, but not erased by them. You are constrained by your biology, your past, your society, but you are also an interpreter, a reframer, a system capable of self-modification, of learning, of saying, "I've done this before, and I want to try something else." That may not be freedom in the ultimate sense, but it is freedom in the human sense. And maybe that's enough. Because even if physics can trace every movement of every atom, it cannot yet explain the feeling of choosing to speak when silence is safer, of resisting an urge, of reaching out, of breaking a pattern. These are not mere mechanical reactions. They are movements of meaning. And meaning, for now, remains outside the reach of any equation. So the next time you feel the weight of determinism pressing down, when you start to believe that everything is fixed, that you are just a puppet pulled by history and particles, pause, breathe. Look not at the past, but at the space between thought and action. That moment, however brief, is where you live, where you listen, where you might just choose, not freely in the cosmic sense, but freely enough to matter. Because physics may govern the universe, but you govern your response to it. And in that response, in that fragile, defiant, deliberate pause, your will is still alive. The illusion of choice. How your brain tricks you into feeling in control. You believe you are making choices, that you are directing your life moment by moment, selecting paths, shaping outcomes, deciding who you are and what you'll become. You believe that when you reach for one brand over another, when you swipe right instead of left, when you stay silent or speak up, you are expressing something real. Your preferences, your values, your identity. You feel in charge. You feel deliberate. But what if that feeling is the trick? What if the sensation of choice is not proof of freedom, but the most elegant illusion your brain has ever designed? What if your decisions are being made before you are even aware of them, and your mind's job is simply to explain them after the fact? What if control is not something you possess, but something you've been conditioned to feel, like a placebo designed to keep you sane in a world of variables you can't perceive, let alone command? This isn't just philosophical speculation. Neuroscience offers mounting evidence that your brain often initiates action milliseconds, or even full seconds, before you become conscious of the decision. In Libet's famous experiment, participants reported the moment they felt the urge to move their finger. But brain scans showed that the motor cortex had already begun preparing for movement well before they became aware of that urge. Other studies reveal similar patterns in more complex decisions. Before you choose a snack, before you decide to click a button, subtle activity patterns in your brain have already begun forming a trajectory, one that you later narrate as a choice. It feels like you chose, but what you felt was only the echo. The curtain rising after the first act had already played in secret. And it's not just your brain, it's your environment. The world around you constantly shapes what you perceive as available to choose. When you enter a grocery store, you don't see infinite possibilities. You see a curated display, arranged to guide behavior. The item, at eye level, the sales sticker, the scent pumped through the air, all subtly nudge you toward a selection you'll later call yours. When you scroll social media, the algorithm chooses what you see, what you crave, what you envy, what you desire. And each of those impressions, each of those stimuli, leaves a fingerprint on your mind. You think you are exploring freely. But the paths were laid for you long before you stepped onto them, and your body joins in the deception. Hunger, fatigue, hormonal shifts, all influence your decisions in ways you rarely detect. Studies show that judges issue harsher sentences before lunch, that people are more likely to buy impulsively when their glucose levels dip, that romantic interest increases with adrenaline. Your physiology is not neutral, it is part of the system that decides. And because it operates beneath your awareness, you don't question it. You just follow the current and call it your direction. But perhaps the most insidious source of this illusion is the narrative machine inside your head. The interpreter. The voice that constructs stories from chaos, that makes meaning from random noise. When you act, it explains. When you hesitate, it justifies. It cannot tolerate blankness, so it fills it with story. You didn't pick the red shirt because of lighting or mood or subconscious associations. No, you picked it because you felt confident. You didn't snap at your partner because of unresolved childhood patterns triggered by stress. No, you were just tired, and when you succeed, it's because you made smart choices. When you fail, it's because you chose wrong. This voice makes your life feel authored, but it's not the author, it's the narrator. And the narrator only ever tells the story that already happened. This doesn't mean you have no influence, but it does mean that influence and control are not the same. You can shape your environment, but only within the confines of what's available. You can train your mind to be more aware, but you can't erase its biases. You can pause before acting, but even that pause is subject to prior conditioning. And so your freedom, if it exists, is not in choosing freely from infinite options, but in becoming aware of the forces that narrowed those options to begin with. Take marketing, for example. When you walk into a store and see a new product, your reaction may feel spontaneous. But every element, the color of the packaging, the shape of the font, the wording of the slogan, was designed to manipulate you. Not overtly, but subtly, subliminally. You feel drawn to something because it aligns with your identity, or the identity someone wants you to adopt. You don't choose the product chooses you. Or rather, the image of the person you want to be reaches out through the product, and you grasp at it, calling the action a decision. And then there are social norms. You think you dress the way you do because you like it, but style is tribal. It signals status, alignment, rebellion, or conformity. You don't pick your music taste from a vacuum. You inherit it from friends, from culture, from the need to belong. Even your moral decisions, the things you're most proud of, are shaped by the narratives you were raised in. In one country, honoring elders is sacred. In another, independence is the virtue. You absorb these frameworks before you can question them. And then, decades later, when you act within them, you call it integrity. So is there no freedom at all? Not quite. But it's not the kind of freedom we imagine. It's not the freedom to act without influence. It's the freedom to see the influence, to notice the nudge, to question the desire. Real choice is not picking from a menu you didn't design. It's realizing the menu is limited. Real choice is not doing what you want, but asking where that want came from. Real choice begins when you stop assuming that your mind is neutral. And this awareness doesn't make life colder. It makes it clearer. It invites you to pause before reacting, to listen for the hidden variables behind your decisions, to spot the patterns you've mistaken for personality. And in doing so, you carve a small space in the chaos, a space not of absolute control, but of conscious participation. That space is fragile. It takes effort to maintain. The brain prefers automation, habits, predictability. But every time you step into that space, every time you say, maybe I don't have to do this the way I always have, you reclaim a piece of your agency. Not because you escape the system, but because you learn to move within it, eyes open. So the next time you feel like you're choosing what to say, what to want, who to be, pause. Not to paralyze yourself, but to ask, who's really choosing here? Is it me? Is it a reflex? Is it a pattern wearing a mask of personality? And if I see the string, can I pull it gently instead of dancing along? Because maybe the goal isn't to become fully free. Maybe it's to become fully aware. Maybe it's not about escaping the illusion, but about learning to see through it, clearly, compassionately, and to walk forward, not as the master of your choices, but as someone awake enough to see that the most powerful freedom is not in choosing without influence, but in choosing to question the influence itself. Free will versus moral responsibility. Can you be blamed if you're not free? You grew up believing in consequences, in praise for the good, punishment for the bad, justice for the deserving. You learned early that choices have weight, that actions ripple outward, that there's a ledger somewhere keeping track. And beneath all that was a foundational belief that people are responsible for what they do, that we choose our behavior, that we could have acted differently, that we are free and therefore accountable. This belief structures everything: our legal systems, our schools, our families, our sense of self. We send people to prison not just to protect others, but to make a point. You chose this. You did wrong. You must pay. But what happens to that structure if free will cracks? What happens when science tells us that behavior is the product of wiring, trauma, genetics, context, factors far beyond conscious control? What happens when psychology shows that our decisions are shaped by bias, stress, conditioning, impulses born in milliseconds before thought? If we are not truly free to choose, can we truly be blamed? This question is not abstract. It is visceral. Because every day we act as though responsibility is clear. Someone cuts us off in traffic and we assume malice, not distraction. A friend forgets our birthday and we feel hurt, not curious. A politician lies, a criminal steals, a partner cheats, and our anger rises on the back of a belief they didn't have to. They could have chosen otherwise, but what if they couldn't? What if the neural patterns, the unmet needs, the early life scripts had already narrowed the field? What if, in that exact moment, given their biology and story, that action was the only one available to them? And if that's true, what then? Do we just shrug? Abandon justice? Let everyone off the hook? Not exactly. But we must begin by distinguishing blame from understanding. Blame says, you are bad. Understanding says, this is what shaped you. Blame creates distance, understanding creates space. And space is where transformation begins. Because people do not change from shame. They change from being seen, from being named, from being understood. Not excused, but understood. A child who hits isn't evil. They're dysregulated. A thief isn't always greedy. They're desperate, afraid, trained by scarcity. A liar may not be malicious. They may be terrified of being unloved. When we look closely, what we call evil often begins as pain. And that doesn't make it okay, but it makes it human. The criminal justice system operates on a contradictory premise. It punishes people as though they were free, but studies them as though they weren't. Neuroscience shows reduced activity in impulse control regions. Psychology maps trauma histories. Sociology tracks systemic inequality. We know what causes crime, and yet we still speak in terms of moral failure. Why? Because it's simpler. Because it makes us feel safe. If bad people are just choosing to be bad, we can separate ourselves. We can say, that's not me. But if badness is circumstantial, if given the right conditions, any of us might act out, then the boundary dissolves. Then judgment gives way to humility, to a terrifying empathy, to the possibility that the difference between them and us is thinner than we want to admit. But does that mean no one is responsible? No. It means responsibility must be reframed, not as blame, but as responsiveness, as capacity. We ask, given who this person is, and what they've been through, and where they are now, what are they capable of seeing, of understanding, of doing differently? We hold them accountable not to punish, but to grow, to repair, to rewire. We treat behavior not as evidence of identity, but as a signal of system failure. And this changes everything. It shifts justice from retribution to restoration, from fear to healing, from rigidity to possibility. And what about us? What does it mean for your own mistakes? Your past? The moments you acted out of character, or maybe exactly in character, in ways that hurt others? If you weren't free, does that mean you're not to blame? Maybe. But again, the point isn't to dodge accountability, it's to deepen it. To understand that your worst moments didn't come from evil, but from blindness, from disconnection, from scripts you didn't write. And as you see them, name them, work through them, You gain something more powerful than guilt. You gain responsibility, not for what you were, but for what you become. This is not a loophole for abusers. It is a mirror for all of us. It asks, if I had their brain, their life, their context, might I have done the same? And if so, what does justice look like? What does repair look like? What does change require? The answers are hard. They ask for nuance, patience, structure. They ask us to design systems that understand the human mind, not punish it blindly. Systems that ask not just, what did you do, but what shaped you, and what support do you need not to do it again? And this doesn't mean consequences disappear. It means they shift. A person who harms others may still need to be removed from harm's way, but not to suffer, for safety, not to teach a lesson, but to make learning possible. And when they return, it should be not as villains, marked for life, but as people in process, because that's what we all are. People in process. Agents shaped by forces we barely understand, doing the best we can with the tools we have, often failing, sometimes growing, always changing. So the next time you want to say, they should have known better, pause. Ask, could they have? Did they have access to the insight, to the safety, to the pause between urge and action? And if not, what would it take for them to gain it? What would it take for you? Because perhaps the deepest truth is this: moral responsibility does not depend on freedom. It depends on awareness. And awareness is not binary. It grows, it unfolds, it emerges. And as it does, so does our capacity to act with integrity. Not because we've transcended our past, but because we're finally seeing it. And seeing is the beginning of change. The readiness potential, your actions, start before you consciously choose. You wake up every day assuming you're in charge, that your body listens to your mind, that you think before you act, that every word you speak, every step you take, every decision you make is initiated by you, consciously, voluntarily, with intention. You feel the urge to move your hand, and then you move it. You decide to speak, and then your mouth opens. It all feels sequential, cause and effect. Thought, then action. But what if the order is reversed? What if your brain begins to act before you're aware of wanting to act? What if your sense of choosing is not the origin of your behavior, but the story you tell about it afterward? That's the unsettling suggestion behind one of the most famous experiments in neuroscience, an idea that challenges everything you think you know about yourself. It's called the readiness potential, and it reveals something so strange, so counterintuitive, so quietly devastating, that most people simply pretend it isn't real. But it is, and once you see it, you can't unsee it, because it whispers that your will might not be free, that your decisions might not be yours, that consciousness might be arriving late to its own party. The story begins in the 1980s, when neurologist Benjamin Libet set out to explore the timing of intention. He asked volunteers to perform a simple task, flex their wrist whenever they felt like it, but to also report the exact moment they became aware of the urge to move. Meanwhile, electrodes recorded their brain activity. What Libet discovered was shocking. Nearly half a second before the participants consciously decided to move, their motor cortex had already begun preparing for the action. This pre-movement activity, now known as the readiness potential, was consistent, measurable, and unconscious. In other words, the brain was initiating the action before the self became aware of it. The decision had already begun before the decision-maker showed up. This wasn't a fluke. Follow-up studies replicated the findings. Some even extended the time lag. In newer experiments using fMRI, scientists could predict which button a person would press up to 10 seconds before the participant reported making the decision. That's 10 seconds of neural activity quietly laying the groundwork for a choice that, from the inside, felt spontaneous. And this raised a chilling possibility. What if all our choices are like this? What if the conscious I is not the initiator, but the observer? What if our actions are set in motion by unconscious processes, and our sense of authorship is just a feeling layered on afterward? The implications are enormous. They strike at the heart of identity, agency, responsibility. If your brain decides, before you do, then who or what is deciding? Are you the body, the brain, the voice narrating after the fact? And if the self isn't calling the shots, what is it doing? Just watching, just justifying, just smoothing over the mess with story. Your first reaction might be denial. It feels wrong. Surely, something as fundamental as decision-making can't be outsourced to unconscious circuitry. But pause for a moment. Think about how many of your daily actions are automatic. You walk, breathe, drive, type, nod, speak without thinking. You start responding to a text before you finished reading it. You laugh before you register the joke. You say things and then wonder why you said them. Your life is full of behavior that arises before thought, not because you're careless, but because your brain is optimized for speed, for efficiency, for prediction. Conscious deliberation is slow, so evolution gave it a smaller role. It's not the captain of the ship, it's more like the press secretary, explaining decisions it didn't make. But Libet's findings don't just threaten autonomy, they challenge our entire moral framework. Because our justice systems, our ethics, our relationships rely on the belief that we could have done otherwise. That when someone harms us, they made a choice to do so. That when we fail, it's because we didn't try hard enough. That when we succeed, it's because we acted wisely. But if the readiness potential is real, and everything points to it being real, then choice might be an illusion. The behavior was already unfolding before you became aware of choosing it. So, can you be blamed, praised, held accountable? Some tried to save free will with a loophole. Libet himself proposed the idea of free won't, the notion that while we might not initiate actions, we can still veto them. That consciousness acts as a gatekeeper, a brake. But even that is debatable. Because what if the veto is also preceded by unconscious activity? What if even the hesitation is pre-programmed? Then the free part of free will dissolves entirely, and what remains is a story unfolding through you, not by you. But here's the twist. This doesn't mean you're powerless. It means power looks different. If your actions are initiated unconsciously, then the work of consciousness is not to start decisions, but to shape the unconscious, to train it, to rewire it over time. You are not free in the moment, but you can become more free over months, years, decades, through reflection, through practice, through reshaping your patterns so that what your brain does without thinking becomes more aligned with your values, your aspirations, your ethics. You don't choose in the now, but you shape the now that will become tomorrow's reflex. This reframes what it means to grow. Growth is not about controlling each decision. It's about curating the environment of your mind, the thoughts you feed it, the stories you tell it, the habits you repeat. Each repetition builds a new pathway. Each pause creates a buffer, and slowly, the readiness potential begins to carry different instructions, not from a sovereign self, but from a cultivated system. You are not the CEO, you are the gardener. You don't command your brain, but you can tend to it, shape it, feed it, and over time, that work becomes you. It also reshapes compassion, because when others act badly, we often assume it's because they chose to. But what if their readiness potentials were shaped by pain, by trauma, by scarcity? What if they didn't have the pause you do, the context you had, the safety to choose otherwise? This doesn't excuse harm, but it invites understanding, not moral relativism, but moral curiosity. And that curiosity might be the beginning of something better than blame, transformation. So what does this all mean for identity, for the self you believe in? It means you are not a fixed point. You are a system in motion, a dance of biology, memory, pattern, and possibility. The conscious self is not the driver, but the witness. Not the source, but the lens. And while that might sound disempowering, it's also liberating, because it frees you from perfection, from the pressure to be in control, from the illusion that you must always know why you act. And instead, it invites you to listen, to observe, to befriend the mystery of yourself. Because in the end, the readiness potential is not your enemy. It is a mirror, it shows you the truth, behind the curtain, that the mind is deeper, stranger, and more beautiful than the story of free will allows. And in that truth lies a new kind of freedom. Not the freedom to choose each action, but the freedom to reshape the self who will act tomorrow. The freedom to build better patterns, to forgive more often, to understand more deeply, to pause more gracefully. So the next time you feel yourself move, before you realize you've moved, pause. Ask not, why did I choose this? But what has shaped me to move this way? And then, with humility, with honesty, with hope, begin the slow, deliberate work of reshaping the system behind the curtain. Because while you may not choose in the moment, you can choose the forces that prepare you for it. And in that space, fragile but real, your truest freedom still lives. The multitasking myth, doing everything, finishing nothing. You pride yourself on being busy, tabs open, notifications pinging, tasks lined up like dominoes ready to fall. You answer emails while listening to podcasts, scroll through messages, during meetings, brainstorm your next project while half watching a video. It feels productive, dynamic, efficient, as if you're maximizing every moment. But beneath this flurry of activity lies a quiet truth. You're doing everything, yet finishing nothing. This is the multitasking myth, the alluring but deceptive belief that juggling multiple tasks simultaneously enhances productivity, when in reality it fragments attention, erodes quality, and leaves you exhausted yet unfulfilled. At first, multitasking feels empowering, the ability to handle multiple streams of information, to switch contexts rapidly, to stay perpetually engaged. It seems like a badge of modern competence. In a world that demands speed, adaptability, and constant output, multitasking appears to be the only viable response. You convince yourself that splitting your focus is a necessary adaptation to a hyper-connected environment. But neuroscience tells a different story. The human brain is not designed for parallel task execution. What we call multitasking is, in truth, task switching. Your attention toggles rapidly between tasks, giving the illusion of simultaneity. Yet each switch carries a cognitive cost. Focus depletes, mental fatigue accumulates, errors increase, productivity suffers. We, too, have been seduced by the multitasking myth. The satisfaction of ticking off minor tasks creates a false sense of progress, while meaningful work languishes unfinished. You feel busy, but not accomplished, active, but not effective. The paradox emerges. The more you try to do at once, the less you truly complete. Multitasking also feeds into a culture of constant responsiveness. The pressure to be instantly available, to answer messages, respond to notifications, stay updated, fragments your attention into smaller and smaller slices. Deep work, which requires sustained focus, becomes elusive. You skim articles, half listen to conversations, multitask your way through days that feel full, but leave little of substance behind. Another layer of the paradox lies in the emotional toll. Multitasking creates a persistent state of cognitive tension. You're never fully present in any one task, always mentally bracing for the next switch. This sustained partial attention induces stress, increases anxiety, and diminishes overall well-being. Yet the culture of busyness glorifies this state, equating it with ambition and work ethic. The multitasking myth also erodes creativity. Innovation thrives on deep, uninterrupted thought, but multitasking splinters your cognitive resources, limiting your ability to make meaningful connections, to explore ideas in depth, to enter flow states where true creative breakthroughs occur. In trying to do more, you sacrifice the very depth that fuels excellence. Paradoxically, multitasking also delays decision-making. With attention divided, your ability to assess information critically and choose effectively is impaired. You become reactive rather than proactive, responding to the loudest stimuli rather than the most important priorities. Breaking free from the multitasking myth requires intentional shifts. The first step is acknowledging that attention is a finite resource. Focus is not something you can endlessly divide without consequence. By embracing monotasking, dedicating full attention to one task at a time, you reclaim depth, clarity, and effectiveness. Mindfulness becomes a critical practice. By cultivating present moment awareness, you resist the impulse to split focus. You learn to notice when attention drifts, when the lure of multitasking arises, and gently guide yourself back to the task at hand. Another key strategy is designing your environment to support focus. Minimizing digital distractions, batching similar tasks, creating dedicated spaces for deep work. All these practices reduce cognitive friction, making sustained focus more attainable. Prioritization plays a crucial role. When everything feels urgent, nothing truly is. By identifying high-impact tasks and committing focused time to them, you align your efforts with meaningful outcomes. This shift from scattered activity to purposeful action restores a sense of accomplishment. We must also challenge cultural narratives that equate busyness with value. True productivity is not measured by how much you juggle, but by how much meaningful work you complete. By reframing success around depth and completion rather than sheer activity, you liberate yourself from the multitasking trap. In relationships, the multitasking myth manifests subtly but pervasively. Half listening to loved ones while scrolling, through phones, multitasking during conversations. These habits erode connection, signal disengagement, and diminish the quality of your interactions. By choosing to be fully present, you foster deeper, more authentic relationships. Another antidote to multitasking is embracing deliberate pauses. Short, intentional breaks between tasks allow your mind to reset, reducing cognitive residue from previous activities. These pauses enhance clarity, boost energy, and improve overall task performance. The concept of single tasking may feel countercultural in a hyper-connected world, but its benefits are profound. Focused attention increases efficiency, reduces errors, and deepens satisfaction. By doing less at once, you achieve more in total. Decision fatigue is another consequence of multitasking. Every attention switch drains cognitive resources, making even simple decisions more taxing. By reducing task switching, you conserve mental energy for critical thinking and strategic choices. Technology can both hinder and help. While constant, notifications fuel distraction, tools designed for focus, such as distraction blockers, task management systems, and focus-enhancing apps, can support monotasking when used intentionally. Gratitude and reflection also play a role. By acknowledging the value of completed tasks, no matter how small, you reinforce the satisfaction of focused effort. This positive feedback loop encourages continued engagement with monotasking practices. In the end, the multitasking myth teaches you that presence is power. Depth beats breadth. Focus transforms effort into excellence. By consciously choosing where to direct your attention, you reclaim control over your productivity, your creativity, your peace of mind. So the next time you feel the urge to multitask, pause. Ask yourself, am I truly being effective or just staying busy? What would happen if I gave this task my full attention? These questions create a space for intentional choice, allowing you to break free from the illusion of multitasking. Because in the end, doing everything at once often means finishing nothing well, but doing one thing with full attention, that's where progress lives. That's the paradox resolved. Multitasking scatters your energy thin. Monotasking focuses it deep.